Ayo, 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 ayo. Mic check 1 2. 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 Ugh. Yuck. Ugh. It's a bit wet that. Mic check 1 2. 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 Miggity miggity mic check. Mic check 1 2. Miggity miggity mic check. Mic check 1 2. Miggity 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 mic check 1 2. What's crack-a-lacking, people? Welcome back. Random Show episode number 319 with your host Agostino Zinga, coming at you live and direct from an undiscussed location somewhere within the depths of East London. What's going on, people? What's crack-a-lacking? What you saying? What you saying? What you saying? What you doing? What you doing? What you saying? What you saying? What you doing? What you doing? Big up everybody for tuning in. Appreciate all of you. Apologies for the delay. Had a bit of a break in between. Had to get my things rewired and whatnot. A little bit of a marathon Taz earlier on today. There's going to be another marathon Taz tomorrow. You know, man's got all the time in the world now since the unemployed arc has started. You know how it is. So we're here, we're riding, we're doing our thing. So big up everybody for tuning in. So apologies if you've been waiting a bit too long, but I had a little bit of a Taz earlier, so I had to kind of have a little bit of a break in between. But hopefully we shall power through for a nice long random show today. Gonna go sleep later, gym, and then another Taz and then another random show again later today. You know what I mean? We're gonna be powering through the random shows, powering through them, and then most likely the random show on Thursday, or maybe tomorrow's one actually. Maybe tomorrow's one will be the one that will be for the members only. So if you want to join, be a part of the Zinga Nation, be a part of the Random Show crew, be a part of the Random Show Collective, make sure you click the link down below to join. And probably, if not tomorrow's show, then Thursday's show will be down behind paywall. Just to make it easy, I'll stream basically every day if I can during the week, do random shows, and then I'll just pick one stream during the week, usually a midweek one, to just put behind a paywall to make it, you know, to make the membership make sense, so that you guys can like watch other things. And afterwards, I'll start doing actual specific member-only videos. I'll only be available for members. That you can also check out as well, to make it nice and easy for everybody involved, so I can make sure I churn out as much content as possible and you guys can feel like you're getting some value for the little $4.99 and shit, you feel me? But apart from that, most of the content you'll see on here, and I think this week actually I'm going to make an effort to try and make some clips, so pull some clips from the streams. And obviously I think that might help with the subscriptions, because I need to get the subscriptions up as well on my side of things. So I'll be pulling some clips from old streams, so don't be alarmed, don't be confused if you see some clips from previous streams go live on the channel. Just trying to do a thing in it, just trying to do a thing out here, So be happy for tuning in. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for hanging out with me as per usual. Always a pleasure, never a flipping chore. Who can I see here? Big up who else see? Big up Two Swords, I see you. Wagwan Game Red Football, I see you. Stephen Castaneda, MX Sarlux, Silver Wrench, Joe for MIA, what's going on? Wagwan Chris Mac, hope you're good, brother. Who else is here? Young God Vibes, what's going on? Young God, I guess he's sharp late to the office with a coffee and a breakfast. Lols. Now I'm never late at work. I'm never late. This stuff, you know, it is what it is. But work, I'm never late. I'm always early as well. It's not even on time. I'm always early. I never go late to work. That's one thing I don't play with. I don't play about lateness of work. I just turn up on early. Do you know what I mean? I always leave my house extra early anyway. I hate getting to work on time late as well. People rocking in. I remember when I was working at the place, I was like, why people like to come in at like 10? Some people come in at 9:30. I'm busting my ass cycling 4 miles, 5 miles to get there before 9, because I'm also accounting the time that I'm cycling. I'm accounting for the time that I have to change. I'm accounting if I have to take a shower. So I'm accounting all this stuff, and I always get to my desk, you know, 5 minutes before 9. And I had some people walking into the office like at like 9:30. I was like, okay, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, everyone's got their own little thing. But it is what it is. But I don't play with that. And I also think, you know, it's a bare minimum. You know what I mean? When it comes to work, the bare minimum you should do is to make sure you arrive on time. But I also know people who are like chronic late arrivers when it comes to work. You know what I mean? They just can't not be on time. That must be its own type of torment. You know what I mean? This is what's it called? Big up to him. This is why he probably lost his job. No, honestly, I'm never late. That's one thing. I'm never late. I might not be good at the job I'm doing, which is what happened in the previous job role. I just wasn't good at the job itself. I was underperforming. But in terms of lateness, tardiness, I don't do that. I'm never, ever late. Ever late. I never liked Tim. In fact, I blame him with fear from a stand-up. What are you saying here in the stream chat? Actually, production. What people were talking about? Flat in Germany. Flat in wasn't flat dead now. Big up, Abe Martinez. Man went from a flat in London to a flat in Germany. Yeah, exactly. Here I am, man. But that's the goal in the future, though, Abe Martinez. Flat in London, flat in Germany. That'll be the goal. I mean, or maybe a flat in Manchester, actually, or maybe a house in Manchester, flat in Germany, just to go visit, not to go stay there full time. A place you can just kind of own and Airbnb out, and then kind of flicker between the two of them. What else are you saying? I'm scrolling back up the stream chat. Big up, bear with me. AZ hit the gym immediately after arriving back from Berlin. Might have crashed out hard when he got back home. Big up Daniel Clements. Appreciate you, brother. Now I'm here, man. Still strong, bro. We're still strong. We're out here, brother. We're out here. Big up Daniel Clements. Big up Addy Z. Destruction of football will not be on him. Big up Abe Martin. Joe is weird. He's only relevant. MMA space. What's saying here? I thought I missed this. Support the Mexicans. Laziness. Probably a little bit of money laundering. Probably some sort. Okay, cool. Okay. Okie dokie. What are you saying here? Lost on silver platter. What are you guys talking about here? Who are you talking about? Diet Coke, and I think he's short. AZ just playing hard to get. Big up Boba Fett. AZ playing hard to get. Nah, never. Big up Boba Fett. AZ playing hard to get. You guys think I think I'm a baddie, innit? It's so weird, man. You guys think I think way more of myself than what you guys think. You guys think I act like I'm acting like some baddie. I'm not a baddie, bro. I swear to God, I'm not a baddie. I'm leaving you guys unseen. I'm not opening your messages. I'm being all like coy and vague and shit. One word answers. Nah. I'm not a baddie, man. I'm not a baddie. I'm not a fucking baddie. Big up A Martinez. I noticed if you live close to home, I'm more late often. I mismanage. Oh, that's a good point, Abe Martinez. I've never had that luxury of living somewhere that's close to my occupation. I think the only time I've had that, wouldn't have had that, maybe when I was working in like Shoreditch areas. But even that is still not like super close. But I've never been somewhere where I can like walk to work, like or it's down the road. Never. So, but I could imagine that could be true. A Martinez is right there. Like when the closer you live to somewhere, or the closer you work to somewhere, the closer your house is to your job, the more likely you are to be late because you underestimate how long it actually takes to get there. You think it's just around the corner, but it still does take 10 minutes. So if you leave with only 8 minutes to go, you're gonna be late. You know what I mean? So, I'm not sure about you guys, but maybe because I'm a sweaty person. I'm a big black man, and I sweat a lot. I'm very conscious of it, so I don't like to go to work rushing. I don't want to run. I don't want to power walk, so because that's gonna make me sweat. So that's probably the reason why also I'm never late, because I've always got that in the back of my head. I don't want to be sweating. I don't want to look like I'm fucking drenched in fucking water and fucking sweat. So I purposely try to leave early to make sure that I'm not. You know what I mean? Maybe. Big up Young God vibes. I'm late, and when I work from home. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah, I love that. I remember those times when you have to log in. I think some job I had, you had to basically mark yourself in on Slack. Some company I was working for, I forgot which one it was, but they basically had a plugin on Slack. I'm sure some of you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a plugin on Slack that you can kind of click, and it kind of says, "Oh, you're here," or the easy way, wherever your team chat is, you just say, "Here, morning." Morning, like that sort of thing. That's kind of the passive aggressive way of like announcing that you've arrived in the morning at a particular time. But I never remembered, so I would always do it late, and it seemed like I was late, but I was always there on time. What are you guys saying here? Big up AZ, big up Joe from Miami. Appreciate you, brother. Still love you. Yep. Love you too, brother. What are you guys saying here? This is facts when you're exactly. This is facts. If you're not needing to be 50 minutes early, you'll be 20 minutes late. Exactly, Eden. Bill A. Martinez, I've been very fortunate several times in my life. Oh, you're so, honestly, what a blessing, brother. Less than 2 miles. I was always late. I'd wake up 20 minutes before and need to be there, end up being 15 minutes after. I fucking love it. Your work is less than 2 miles away, and you're still there late. I love it. But that's such a blessing, man. Honestly, that's probably why people. That's probably why people like to live in like smaller towns or villages. I'd imagine if you got your own practice or you work in town, it's just down the road, isn't it? It's a short car ride, a cycle on your motorbike, e-scooter. You can get there super quickly. You know what I mean? So that must be some of the benefits of living in a smaller town. Most likely your job is not too far, but when you live in a metropolitan city, most likely you're going to travel. And I'm lucky again. I've been fortunate. I don't have to travel more than an hour, but I know of many people in London who travel far distances, and I know people. The ones that I feel the worst for are the people who work in London and have to change different trains, like, you know, to get to places. That's the one where I feel bad for them. It's like, fuck, man, the journey is already a bit gruesome, and you got to like change 3 or 4 times to get to your destination. It's like super annoying. What I was saying here, yeah, good evening. Yeah, cool. Anyway, let's just jump into the show. Sorry, a lot of waffling here, a lot of commuting talk here, but hey, we're here, we've arrived. So, first things first, what we're gonna get into. So we've got Tfatk stuff we're gonna talk about. We've got a bit of Brendan stuff to talk about, obviously. Some no jumper stuff to talk about, and a few other bits and bobs. So that's going to be the majority of this show, but obviously the main chunk of it is going to be the watch along for Tfatk episode number 1049. We're going to do a nice little watch along for that one. Okay, so if you don't like those type of watch alongs, maybe that's not the stream for you, but it's going to be a majority of the show is going to be the Tfatk watch along. But we've got some things we're going to touch upon before we get to the watch along. So let's crack on. Let me enable the preview for this. Let me take this off of there, lower this window, put it over here. Let me go here, and let's get on to the first thing I want to talk about. Actually, before we continue,
all right, listen up, guys. Winter is here.
Yeah,
and if you're
let's go. Let's maybe do the Chael Sonnen thing, because I haven't actually watched this yet. So let's maybe do the Chael Sonnen thing, and then we can do the Wings of Redemption thing as well. Let's just do that. We'll start off with Chael Sonnen on Brendan, and then we'll do the Wings of Redemption shit. And actually, what I want to do, maybe I'll do Chael Sonnen on Brendan, and then we'll watch the Brendan review of what Chael Sonnen said about him, which is someone clipped it on the Fighting the Kids subreddit. That's what we'll do. So we'll do those two things back to back to make it a bit easier. So let's do that quickly. So let me get this Chael Sonnen video over on this side of the tabs. And then we get the Brendan thing up on here, which I want to use. Which one is it? It's one where he reacts to it, right? Where does somebody see it? Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me a second on here as I find it quickly, and then we'll move on. Big up everybody for tuning in. Appreciate all of you. Roll it, chin, little lows. Big up Ruben Rivera as well. I'll see you in the stream chat. Well done, Ruben Rivera. Hope you're good, my friend. Let's see if I can find it. Where's the one? Okay, cool. There we go. So we got the Brendan thing, him reacting to what Chael Sonnen said. Somebody clipped it on there. Big up, who clipped it? Big up Haphazard for clipping it. We'll play that as well, and then we'll go from there. Right? Cool.
This was cool.
Let's go. Boom. And then what else we want to do? And that was it, right? And then of course we'll do some other Tfatk stuff as well, right? Cool. So let's just dive on into it straight away. Let's not waste any more time. Bear with me a second here, one last time, and let's go. Let's freaking go. So first thing we want to talk about is this video is courtesy of Chael Sonnen. It's the titled "If Brendan Schaub Ignored Joe Rogan." It was uploaded 2 days ago. Clearly it's his attempt to kind of clout chase a little bit, probably running out of ideas on what to talk about on his channel, and somebody in his production crew probably said, hey, Brendan's easy views, easy clicks. Dunking on him or ragging on him in any way, shape or form is usually a guaranteed, blog buzzer. It's definitely gonna get some clicks, get some views, so why not? So I guess why he's doing it, to be honest. I don't think this is done in the most sincere way possible. I think he's somewhat disingenuous. Again, I haven't watched it yet, but that's the vibe that I get. That's the vibe that I get from Chael Sonnen. But again, I could be wrong here. And again, it's all well and good because we all do the same thing, but I don't think he's doing this because he's his friend and he's looking out for him. I think he's doing this because he's a bit bored and wants to mix things up a bit when it comes to his content. Simple as that, really. So I don't think I don't think this is as wholesome as it means to be, or as he's trying to make it seem to be. So let's get this up to full screen. Let's see what Chael Sonnen has to say about Big Brown.
You're powering through the holiday chaos like I am. It's time to ditch.
Hey, yo, big up MM in the stream chat as well. Wagwan MM, long time. Hope you're good, darling.
The coffee jitters. I want you to try mud water. This is a clean coffee alternative that will keep you energetic without the crap.
I'm sorry, I'm not drinking anything that's called mud water. I'm just not. The name of it already makes me want to bath. Nothing. And look at the stickers as well. Why am I sticking fuck your coffee? What's with this antagonistic, combative attitude some Americans have with things? Why is everything fuck this, fuck that, fuck? Why can't you just drink it? Why can't you just be okay drinking it, huh? Why can't you just be okay drinking your mud coffee and just drink or your whatever, your shit liquid? Like, why does it have to be so antagonistic? I drink mud water, so fuck coffee. I like, you know, it's like, well, why does it have to be like teams all the time? It's so bizarre.
I'm talking chai, cacao, and adaptogens like lion's mane and reishi. Every ingredient in mud water is organic, non-GMO, it's vegan, gluten-free, and guys, get ready for this. There is 0 sugar. That's what makes mud water the perfect way to keep energy clean and focused with no late night regrets. You can say goodbye to those sleepless nights. Mud water's gonna give you all the fuel with none of the burnouts. Guys, take a scoop, put it in water, stir, sit back and drink. It's that easy. I like to add
I'm all right, mate. I'm okay. And also, that's the most gayest mug ever, bro. I'm good. I'm good. I'll stick to my coffee, man.
creamer, and sometimes I get real fancy and put a little honey in there. That's up to you. And I got a deal for you. I want you to go to mudwtr.com/Chael. That's a 43%.
Hey, yo, by the way, how refreshing is it to see a normal ad read? I'm so used to watching Brendan and Brian's horrible, clunky ad reads on their show. How refreshing is it to hear somebody be somewhat eloquent and just get through the ad read normally? Have a bit of enthusiasm behind it. Kind of try and sell it because it's an ad, right? You know it's bullshit, but they're trying to sell it. You let them do what they're doing. How refreshing is it? I've not seen a single ad on Tfatk that is of this level. It's so weird, isn't it? It's just like I don't even care about the product. I don't mind watching it because he's just speaking pretty well, pretty plainly, pretty easily. Honestly, my brain has been so broken from all those terrible Tfatk ad reads. I forgot what a normal ad read sounds like.
Savings. Right now, we're going to include free shipping, and we're even going to put in a free frother. When they ask, tell them I said.
Yeah, big up Daniel Clements. Real G's know. Real G's know. We'll stick to the slopes, man. Fuck all that shit, exactly. We'll stick to the fucking slopes, man. And I ain't talking about no skiing.
Sent you. Get a new boost in life this winter with Mudwater. Head to mudwater.com right now. Get your starter pack today, or just click on the link below.
I have kept this to myself. I have kept this to myself for so many years. Brendan Schaub just did a piece. And he commented that he thought, hey, I can surprise Cain Velasquez. And he said...
What piece is this, by the way? What's he talking about? Brendan Schaub just did a piece. What piece did he do? What's he talking about?
I ended up having an intervention by Joe and Brian and get sent into retirement. And... guys, that's exactly the truth. And I don't know why there's like a group of you out there, and it's the same group. It's the same highly intelligent group that knows that I was undefeated. By any reasonable rule set, there's a lot of intricacies within municipalities. I understand that. By any reasonable rule set, and you same Eagles looking down on all the turkeys, don't want to give Brendan credit. I don't really know where that comes from. I really...
What the fuck is he talking about? On God, have I missed something? What's he talking about? If I feel like this is what happens, you know, when you go to like an afters, but you've arrived not as fucked as everybody else's, and you appear and everybody's like a couple of 8 balls in, a couple of drinks in. Maybe somebody's just woken up from a coma. This is what it feels like when you walk into an afters late. Like, you know, when people go to an afters, but then you missed the first transport, like you didn't get into the first Uber, you got into the second Uber, but the second Uber took 20 minutes to get there. No, you had to wait 20 minutes for it to get accepted. Then it took another 30 minutes to get to where you're gonna get to, where you are, to pick you up. Then it took 20 minutes to get to the location. By the time you got there, it's about an hour has passed since that first group got to the afters. And when you get there, most of the drugs have already gone, most of the drinks are already gone, and people are in different rooms and shit. And you walk into this. This is what it feels like. Because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Don't. And I love that he said this about Kane. Because I have truly sat on this for a meaningful amount of time. There was something going on with Brendan that nobody knows except for the guys in the room, except for his teammates. Me.
What?
And Brendan had just gotten brand new training, and he was loving it. He was like the great light hope down at this boxing gym. And he was at the...
So what's is he talking about Brendan's last fight? So he's saying Brendan's last fight against what? Travis Brown or something? Is that what he's talking about? He had like a different what? I don't get I don't understand what he's, honestly, I'm so confused.
Wild Card, very famous boxing gym. Right? Roaches in there, and the names that you would know. Michael Moore, I think, was still working there at this time, and Brendan goes in and he keeps to himself. And if you ever go into a boxing gym, you will understand this. Like, when you show up, you may get...
Big up Ruben Minnes, why Chael Sonnen looking like the Guy Ritchie character. Big up Young God vibes. First off, back up. Secondly, lower your voice, my guy. Yeah, it's just, yeah, he needs to really back up from that camera, innit? He needs to fucking back up. It's all, like, how close must it be to his face as he's recording? Like, God almighty, bro.
Get ignored for a month. You may end up quitting because you don't feel welcome. You made the right choice. Like, it's one of these things. You come into a boxing gym, there's going to be a bell that runs practice. It doesn't matter if you're a former NFL, signed UFC stud. They're looking for a 9-year-old. They're looking for a 10-year-old.
What?
They're looking for a second-generation guy that can tell you, you know, his last name is Gotti or Mayweather, and can follow a lineage. I mean, it's one of these things. So you can come into the gym, and they'll be nice to you. You'll have your space. They'll give you gloves. They'll give you water. And they would never let something bad happen to you, but they will ignore you. Brendan goes in. He's doing his own thing. He's over there warming up, but he's jumping rope, and he's doing the shadow box, and this guy grabs him. This guy didn't know he was in the NFL, the UFC, and all these things. Guy didn't know any of this stuff. The guy just sees him and says, hey, man, this guy can move. And that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for a child who they can bring up.
Yeah, exactly. Big up MM. Can you imagine being the one driving while he's doing this shit? I admire Americans in this regard. Like, you guys' inability to, like, not feel awkward is very admirable. Because I feel like I consume a lot of content online. And I feel like the content I consume online, I only see Americans do this sort of thing. Like vlogging. Like, there's a video of Brian Callen doing a cameo in the backseat of an Uber, clearly going somewhere. So, you know, using the time in an Uber to do like a bit of content, do a bit of work. British people couldn't do that. We're too shy. We're too, like, proper. We couldn't, like, sit in a car and maybe you could take a work call via Zoom, but I don't think someone could sit in a car, a British person, an English person, and start recording content like, hey guys, welcome on my way. Like, we feel super uncomfortable, or we do it whispering. But you guys are like he's proper doing content. He's properly doing content in the back of this person's Uber, Lyft, or whatever, like screaming into the fucking camera and shit. Like, fair play, man, fair play.
From the Golden Gloves to aspirations of Olympic Games to switch over to pro. Specifically what they're looking for. He doesn't fit the bill in any regard.
Yeah, very good point, Coiler. America, that's very true and very sad at the same time. We are in our cars more than our homes. God almighty. That's probably, again, maybe that's probably explains why some of you guys are so okay with spending so much money on, like, leasing cars, because you literally spend more time in your own house, and you also got to go back into from work. So why not splash your cash on something really nice, maybe outside of your budget, because you spend a lot of time in it anyway. I get it. But I couldn't imagine driving a nice whip and then having like a garbage home. Do you know what I mean? That would make me sad if it was me. But again, I'm not, I also haven't drove yet. I haven't had a car or have a license, so I don't know the feeling of actually having your own whip and what that does. It can maybe make you feel a certain way. You have a little space where you can kind of escape to, run away to and shit. So that might be part of it. I don't know.
Guard, but the guy sees him and goes, man, you're a great big guy who can move. He loves him. Starts working with him. And Brendan he'll never tell you this story. He won't even bring up when I make this video. But he'll say Chael's right. So Brendan starts going in to the wild card. Now, I sparred with Brendan. I was sparring with him every day for a while. He was a different guy. All of a sudden, I'm sparring with a different guy. And the number one difference is you could not touch him. He just understood range. He was one of these natural guys. You may work forever and never understand range, or you might hear guys come out and throw that word at you. You don't fully understand what it means, but you think that you have it. That's fine. You're completely normal. Like that, I'm not condescending down on you for knowing that. I don't fully. I know it when I see it, but I can't go out there and just do that either. Brendan never done it in his career, and all of a sudden he understands range. He's out of the way. When he gets ready to attack you, he steps in, and then he gets out of the way. I mean, it's very basic, right? The fight game, you can talk about it. You can listen to guys with their gold teeth and their 8th grade education, all that you want. You hit him, he doesn't hit you. That's the fight game.
Okay.
It's just a really hard game to play.
Okay.
So, Brendan was a natural at it. I mean, I go 5 minutes with it. I'd be, look at, what are you doing? And he was the bigger guy. He's got to be slower. I'm the one that dances around him. He can't come and dance around me.
Okay.
He's dancing around. Then when I'm out, I'm watching him. I'm watching him spar. And this was the range training center. And this was a who's who. I could really impress you with name
dropping. Training. He was good at training.
But Brendan's doing the same thing to them.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden he's not getting tired. Like fatigue is a different thing.
Okay.
The way that he's fighting with this style. Okay, great. So that's 3 times a week that he's getting in there and he's getting this specific boxing. Specific. It's not with an MMA guy at a boxing gym. He's at a boxing gym with a boxing guy. So you're gonna have some things you gotta work out. You gotta, like the shoulder roll and where you place your gloves. It's different when you got 12-ounce gloves as opposed to 4. There's some things that you have to work some kinks out, get this to work. But meanwhile, 5 days a week, Brendan's at Rain. And Rain is seek and destroy. Mark Munoz 101. You see something, you go get it now. You want a body shot, you step, boom, but that body shot is meant to bring that guy down. You hit him with a jab, you're throwing the crossbody, but it's designed to put him down. You want a takedown. Okay, great. But
what the fuck is he talking about, man? Is this like a honey dick? Is this like a clickbait? Is this what he does normally? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? I'm so confused. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm trying to understand, but I don't get it. So Brendan was better than people thought he was in training. Okay. He had really good range. Cool. I saw him do things in training to people that are really good that I won't name. All right, cool. Like, what's the point of it? I don't get the point of the video though.
you're going to go in explosive with everything you got. Get it now. You see an arm bar. It was different. It was a completely different, right? Very effective, but completely different. You had an intensity versus a technique. And athletes are always one or the other. They're a brawler or they're a technician. It's as simple as that. So when Brendan goes and he's getting both sides of this coin, it's going to work. Like, I'm watching it work. I can tell you against guys that this worked. Every 5 minutes, new guy that would impress you. Not only is he winning the rounds, they can't touch him. It's not a matter of who won the round. Brendan would go 5 minutes without getting touched.
Okay.
He's dancing. He's on the outside. He's moving left. He's moving right. He uses a circle. I can picture it in my head right now. He's going this way. Okay, he's going this way. Turn around. Okay, slow down. Then he steps in. And when he comes in, you have to cover. You have no choice. You must cover to take those shots, and then you can fire back. But he wouldn't stand there to get fired back. He's gone. It was so aggravating. But he's still got these two coaches, both very influential in his life, and he's trying to show them a respect. Now, this formula works. but it takes time. And he was anywhere from 5.5, 6 maybe, to a far end of 8 months. And he would have had this whole thing down.
Okay.
And that's when they said, hey, we think that it should focus on the entertainment instead of the fighting. And
So Brendan was training in boxing? Brendan was training in boxing. He was a lot better at boxing than people give him credit for. Although he was an athlete, athletes either fall into two camps when they're striking, brawlers or technicians. I guess he was a technician then. And he was doing really well, but then at the time he was starting to do really well at boxing and improving the boxing was when he had the conversation with Joe on the episode of Tfatk where Joe told him, hey, that Tfatk episode I was filmed at Rogan Studio, you have to quit. What? We had to get to all that waffle. And the video, also the time of it is a bit sus because it's like 10 minutes, 10 seconds. So it feels like this was purposely done to kind of like, finagle the fucking algorithm to make sure he get mid-rolls in, get ads, essentially. This feels like a purpose. This feels like a clickbait. It feels like he kind of did this on purpose. I'm not going to lie. Because I don't really understand why he had to ramble all of that just to say that. What? Like Brendan could have been good if he didn't listen to Rogan because he was starting to improve on his boxing or something. Huh? What?
I'm telling you now. And I won't... You have the debate of how he would have done with Kane. But Brendan coming out saying I was going to surprise Kane doesn't mean he's claiming that he was going to beat Kane. But he would have been Kane's biggest challenge. That is absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes. Brendan Schaub would have been Kane's biggest challenge. And if you find yourself in a fight harder than you thought it was going to be, things unravel. And so to Brendan's point that I would have surprised Kane, he would have surprised Kane.
Yo, big up Abe Martinez. Oh God, he's trying to say Brendan should have started fighting. Honestly, he might be right. Many heavyweights fight until they're 40 and more money. But that's the thing. I think Brendan, this is my conclusion that I remember because I started to watch Tfatk during the time when Brendan was obviously fighting, and obviously during the time he quit, I was kind of keeping a close eye to things. I think Brendan saw fighting as very Brendan saw fighting to earn money as very demeaning, almost degrading, if that makes sense. That's my theory on it. That's my theory, personally. No one needs to agree with me or not. But I think Brendan kind of looks down on fighters who fight just to make money, as in like they do kind of see it as a job. He only saw it as a way to kind of be a champion, like Sporting Glory, maybe to make up for him not making it in the NFL. He kind of wanted that side of things, right? The glory of like being a world champion or whatever and winning a title, or winning a belt, sorry. But he never saw himself long term, and he was never okay with being the guy that just fought for the sake of money. You remember that famous story he always says about Krokop? This is the fight game, this is what we do kind of thing. Like how depressed he was about that. Like hearing somebody say, yeah, this is just the fight game, isn't it? Like, shit happens. So I don't think he ever wanted to be that guy. So when he was given an out with Brian Callen and Joe, he went with it running. And he hasn't looked back since. He hasn't even tried to get back into fighting again. So I think he's always looked down on people who fight for money. He feels like he's better than that. And he feels like people that have to do that are like lower than him, sort of thing. So I don't think he was ever going to stay anyway, in my opinion. He would have always found the route out because his heart really wasn't in it after he knew he couldn't win the title. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but who knows?
And you want to know one person who was aware that this was happening, because California is only so big. You want to know one person that was hearing, hey man, you better be watching this Brendan Schaub. You better be watching.
Yeah, exactly. Fight. Exactly. Coiler. I don't think he ever went. No, he never went to fight. He only fought because it was the only thing that he could do at that time to make money and to get some sort of fame. Do you know what I mean? Like that fame kind of sort of thing added to it and maybe boost his profile. But he never actually wanted to fight or enjoy it. I remember who said in the stream chat before, who was talking about fighting? I forgot it wasn't. Was it Assad Aziz? Who was it? I forgot who was the stream chat who was saying that. Like I think we were talking about the killer instinct that Ian Machado Gary might not have, and somebody was saying in the stream chat, unfortunately, that kind of like killer instinct sometimes comes from actually being a proper natural born fighter or being brought up in like bad circumstances or just starting to fight really young. So you've got that ability to kind of go for the kill. You've got that ability to kind of go and level up. And I noticed myself when I was doing a bit of like, you know, boxing, a bit of MMA, whatever it may be, one of the things that I lacked, and I think people that start off new, is that ability to hurt people. Like to actually inflict damage, to actually inflict pain, to actually try and, you know, for lack of a better term, change the course of somebody's life sort of thing. Most of us don't have that ability to do that. And I think obviously some of the elite fighters do. And I don't think Brendan ever had that in him. So I think even he knew deep down he was never going to be that guy. But in the moment and looking back, it probably did work out for him, because even though he got some crazy knockouts and he obviously got knocked out in crazy ways also, it did help him. And I don't think he would have been Rogan's friend or Brian's friend without MMA anyway, or without the UFC. So it kind of played a crucial part in his success. But I don't think he ever wanted to fight, no. And I think he definitely does look down on fighters and sees it as a sort of like demeaning sort of thing to do, almost barbaric. He'd rather just be the kind of guy in the studio talking about stuff or whatever it may be, than be the guy in the octagon, you know, throwing blows and leaving the octagon bloody and all that regard. He doesn't like that in the slightest. It doesn't appeal to him in the slightest. You can tell.
Yeah, don't just look at number 2 and 3 and 4 ranked guys. You better be watching this British Op. You want to know one guy that knows that?
Oh yeah, Abe. That's Abe Martinez. Okay, cool. It was you, Abe. Yeah, big up Abe Martinez. Yeah, we're having that chat before about Charlie McGarry about that violence thing, and I think that applies to Brendan. He just hasn't got. He never was that kind of guy, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big up Abe Martinez. Yeah, trauma is what makes you have the instinct. Papa wasn't raised being bullied or want. Exactly. There we go. Brilliant. Or wanting anything. Exactly. Never bullied, never wanting anything, never uncool. You know what I mean? Like never lacking, never having a feeling of going like. I don't know if some of you guys have had that growing up, as like in my similar circumstances. Do you guys remember ever going to school with your belly rumbling? Legitimately, like your belly's rumbling, and you're looking forward to the free lunch that you're gonna get in school, or you're looking forward sometimes to the free breakfast. Because the area that I lived in or grew up in, for my school, it was always a really bad area and like low income, low employment. So the schools had breakfast. They set up a breakfast thing where they give the kids free breakfast in school, and it's kind of depressing and humbling, man, when you saw the amount of kids that will turn up in the morning. Like let's say school starts at 8:30, the kids will be there from like 7, about to get like queuing for breakfast. And they usually give you like little bowls of like, you know, Cocoa Puffs, cereal. You might get some toast and shit. And they usually they'll sell it to you for peanuts. Like it'll be like, I don't know, you get like a cereal, 2 pieces of toast, and a coffee or tea or not coffee. They usually give you tea or some juice for like £1. Do you know what I mean? Nominal fee. And the amount of kids that will go there, you could tell people didn't really have food like that at home. So maybe a bit of that and a bit of bullying. You know what I mean? That's gonna turn you into a monster. You're gonna want to fight somebody off the back of that. But if you're Brendan and you've grown up in a place where you got all the games, you got all the cool bikes, you know, because Brendan always mentions getting those bikes back in the day. I've got the bike. Was it like a chopper? What is it, like a GT something? One of those type of. I've got the name of the brand name, but they're very expensive back in the days. Like bikes nowadays aren't that expensive, but bikes when Brendan was a kid, a bicycle like was bucks. So if your parents had money, yeah, you could get a bicycle, but most of us got, that's it, Rally Chopper, big up Cambridge, yeah, Rally Chopper. I think Brendan mentioned having one of those type of bikes. So imagine, you got those type of bikes back in the day, you've had all the video game consoles back in the day too, were way more expensive than but actually the same price probably as they are now. Yeah, it's hard to then go and choke somebody or rip someone's head off from their shoulders in the octagon, do you know what I mean? It's not gonna happen. Yeah, big up Abe Martinez. I got made fun of, sat by myself, bullied. I hit PBT and flipped a switch. I'm telling you, that's how you make a monster. Trauma, adversity. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, that's the truth. Big up Uche's on chat. Brendan was keeping the lights on with his closet Pokemon slaughter. Brendan was a Beyblade entrepreneur, innit? Yu-Gi-Oh fucking tycoon. Big up Uche, man. Pokemon startup. Big up Josie. I remember, big up Josie, hope you're well, darling. What's that? I hope you remember being very little and hungry. My brother would make what we called a relish sandwich. That was all we had. Yeah, bro. Josie, I remember the days of having ketchup sandwiches, bro. Ketchup sandwiches, like honestly, like the pain, man. But again, I don't blame my parents because, you know, 2 little brothers and shit, having to keep, or basically looking after fucking 4 guys in one house. there's sometimes not allowed to go around. And do you remember getting into fights with your brothers because they'll eat all the food? Did that ever happen to you guys? Like they just and it's not their fault because they're hungry, innit? They just finish it all and there's hardly anything left for you to eat. And you're fighting your sibling. Yo, big up Abe Martinez, appreciate you.
Baba was doing drug oil changes in mom's closet at 10.
Yeah. Drug oil changes, exactly. Baba was working with Kibitek in his parents' closet. You know what I mean? Straight pipe, you know what I mean? Straight piping his cars and shit. Oh my god, man.
Kane would come out and defend and back Brendan on this. At any rate, I'm just bringing that to you. Brendan can't seem to sneeze without that getting critiqued, right? If you're ever stuck on a desert island, either hit a golf ball, light a barbecue, or comment on Brendan's shot. Because if you hit a golf ball, you light a barbecue, or you comment on Brendan, somebody will come in and tell you you're doing it wrong.
What?
So, have fun with the topic, but there is nothing crazy. There's nothing even embellished within the statement by Brendan.
I don't even know what he's talking about. Honestly, I swear to God, I'm so confused. Can I quickly read the comments before I move to Brendan's reply? What do the comments say? Are they as confused as I'm confused? Joe told him to become a comedian and won't invite Brendan to his comedy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Isn't that a bitch, though? Isn't that a bitch? And isn't that the truth? Joe told him to become a comedian and won't invite Brendan to his comedy club. That's gotta be one of the things that's one of the only things, if I'm Brendan, and I know some of you guys have said differently, and I know it kind of sounds like entitlement, but I'm pissed, and I support Brendan in him being pissed. If Brendan is pissed off and annoyed and slightly hates Joe for this, I understand. He told you to quit fighting to do stand-up. He supported you doing stand-up at the Comedy Store. Mitzi Shaw, the Comedy Store, the Hallowed Comedy Store, all the greats go there, blah, 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 blah. Joe would invite Brendan on shows that he did, and there's lineups. You see them online, old lineups of Joe Rogan putting Brendan on Joe Rogan Invites or Joe Rogan Presents shows at the Comedy Store. So Joe saw Brendan do stand-up at the beginning. Joe saw the genesis of what we saw on You'd Be Surprised. So Joe knew how bad Brendan was at stand-up from the beginning. But he never said anything. He'd always gaslight us on the pod, talk about how we hated him because he's handsome and because he could kick our ass and he was the bully in school that we all hated. All of these copes, right? All these copes, all this glazing, but he never once said anything critical about his comedy. Even though he saw the comedy, the quality and lack thereof of Brendan's stand-up from the beginning. And I personally don't think he's gotten worse. I think it's the same. Yo, big up Keith T. Appreciate you. Big up Keith T.
To be fair to Joe, he thought Bappa would actually put in work, but instead he skipped all the early stages.
It doesn't matter. I don't excuse it, Keith T. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, Keith T. He saw the guy perform from the beginning, and it hasn't changed. There's no discernible difference between You'd Be Surprised and Gringo Pappy. They're of the same level, same standard of comedy. Maybe you can say You'd Be Surprised is a bit funnier. Maybe Gringo Pappy is a bit more, it's tighter because it's 30 minutes, whatever. But they're of the same quality. They're both shit. Both probably two of the worst specials ever in the history of specials. But Rogan saw Brendan performing stand-up like that in the beginning. He was fine with it. Come to my Comedy Store show. I think maybe he helped him perform at the Ice House. Fine. Then the moment he opens his own club, suddenly he's got standards. Suddenly now he's got standards. Suddenly now it's important that Brendan does fucking open mics. Brendan earns his way up. No. You created this monster. You said it was okay for him to perform in a Comedy Store when he had no business performing there. Do you remember that whole clip when he went to the Comedy Store with his TRX truck and parked it in the place where all the regulars are meant to park and he's not meant to park there? Come on, bro. He didn't do any open mics. He didn't do the door that everyone says he went to do at the Comedy Store, like getting the tickets and shit. He didn't do any of that shit. He went straight to fucking sitting at the back in the green room with all the fucking greats, with all the fucking 250 assassin fucking comedians, and acting like a big shot because Rogan put the bat on his back and made him feel like he already made it. Then as soon as he opens his own comedy club, suddenly he gets fucking standards. Suddenly now he's picky. Suddenly he's getting finicky. Suddenly Brendan has to earn his spot again. Nah, bruv. Nah. If I'm Brendan, I'm pissed. And he has every right to be pissed. Every fucking right to be pissed off at Rogan for doing a fucking okie doke on him. How is it okay for me to perform with you at the Comedy Store in year one? Brendan had no right being at the Comedy Store at year one. He had no right performing on that stage at year one, especially the way they talk about the Comedy Store. It's this fucking place that only certain people can go to and blah, 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 blah. And then you let him perform there year one. But now he can't perform at the mothership in year 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Anyway, whatever. It continues. I'll never forget when you dominated Anderson Silva and then stepped up to beat John Jones by breaking his toe, legendary champ. The kindest Christmas gift. So no one's agreeing that this video is weird. I think you'd be surprised. Bappa multiverse theory. The comeback fight with Gringo Pappy would be dicey. If Rogan didn't give him the talk, Shaw would be worse than Tito at public speaking. But on the flip side, the world would never have seen Gringo Pappy. Holy shit. Okay, that's brutal. Leaving some food out there for the homeless cats. I never ever thought Shaw was bad as they made him out to be. Nah, he was quite bad. Brendan, I don't think Brendan is... The thing that's bad about Brendan when he's fighting, don't look at the knockouts, look at his style. Look at how he strikes, look at how he stands, look at his like athleticism and or lack thereof. That's the concerning part for me. It wasn't necessarily about his knockouts, it's about how he was moving. It's like, ooh, he doesn't look great, innit? Like, he does not look that great. I'm not gonna lie. And it's weird because he never, all the grappling and jiu-jitsu stuff that he kind of ragdolls his interns and staff that he fucking bullies with, he never really did that much in the UFC. He never really did much wrestling or grappling. It was mostly striking. He wanted to be known as that kind of guy. Maybe if he opted for more of a grappling wrestling type of thing, he might have it might have helped. It might have been better for him. Who knows? What did Papa have to do to Uncle Chael what did Papa have to do to make Uncle Chael make this video exactly? You've mentioned this offhandedly before, and I've always wanted to talk about it more. I've actually been waiting for this. Okay, shut up. I think he was super high level athlete for sure. Probably could have progressed. I just think Rogan and Callan saw their friend getting hurt and did whatever to get him out of there. But as far as athletic, one of the top heavyweights for sure. Nah, definitely not. They're 100% not. What does athletic even? What do they mean by athletic? Does that mean like bouncing around the octagon, or does it mean by actually being athletic? Shorby's the only one I've seen that gets politician level of hate while not being a politician. It's like a coordinated smear campaign. Seems good to see Chael saying some real shit. I always wonder people that say stuff like this, right? Shorby's the only guy I've seen that gets politician level of hate while not being a politician. If it was like a coordinated smear campaign, sometimes. Don't you ever think, why, if that's the case, shouldn't I investigate why he's getting this level of hate? Why do you automatically go to the side of like, oh, it's just it's unnecessary, it's undeserved? Why not try and find out where that hate's coming from? That might help you understand why the hate is of that level, no? Because if Brendan seems to be the only person within that Rogan verse that seems to get that level of hate, it might be for a reason, maybe, but I could be wrong. Big up, who's this? Big up Keith T. Appreciate you.
These comedians keep saying, no one watches past 30 minutes like it's Tej audience that is the problem. No, it's not funny, so we turn it off.
That's the thing, that's a funny thing he said that, because I've always thought the whole like 30-minute have a retention thing was always a bit of a, it always felt like a cope, or it always felt like a cope in order to absolve yourself of the responsibility that people are not watching an hour. So it can't be me. Oh, it's definitely not me. I'm not the one that's making them not tune in. So now let's make it 30 minutes. It's like, no, bro. Like, if your stand-up special is 7 hours, if it's funny, I'm going to watch it. I think podcasts have proved that, right? The medium of podcasts has proved, because in the past, people were like, oh my God, people can't listen for more than an hour to an interview. But podcast basically proved if you're funny enough and if you're interesting enough, and if people give a shit enough, they'll listen to you all day, every fucking day, every week, every month, every year. But if you're not, it doesn't matter if you put it into 2-minute chunks, 30-minute chunks, whatever, I'm not going to listen. So yeah, you're right, Keith T. Big up Keith T. When driving, distracted in a dark car, Uncle Chael speaks, so you better listen. Anyway, cool. Let's go to Brendan's reply. Brendan's response to this. Big up Haphazard for posting it. So this is Brendan's response to what Chael said. Obviously, you probably saw it beforehand, but Chin brings it up in the latest episode of what's it called? Shorb Show. So let's hear Brendan respond to what Chael said about him. Maybe Brendan's response will make us understand what was going on. Maybe we'll get an understanding of what the fuck he's talking about, because I don't understand.
This was cool. I saw Chael Sonnen post about you. It's like a appreciation post.
What?
Yeah, he did it like a day ago. I'll just play this part of it. You can watch it the whole thing later, but it's all like positive stuff. So
I'm telling you now, and I won't. You have the debate of how he would have done with Kane, but Brendan coming out saying I was going to surprise Kane doesn't mean he's claiming that he was going to beat Kane. But he would have been Kane's biggest challenge. That is absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes. Brendan Schaub would have been Kane's biggest challenge. And if you find yourself in a fight harder than you thought it was going to be, things unravel. And so to Brendan's point that I would have surprised Kane, he would have surprised Kane. And you want to know one person who was aware that this was happening, because California is only so big. You want to know one person that was hearing, hey man, you better be watching this Brendan Schaub. You better be watching him. Don't just look at number 2 and 3 and 4 ranked guys. You better be watching this Brendan Schaub. You want to know one guy that knows that? Kane.
pretty cool clip.
Yeah, I love Chael. He didn't have to do that. He's just, why did he do it?
Just randomly.
So I guess before Kane, again, my UFC knowledge is really shaky, but before Kane got injured and got a little older, there was a moment in time where he was like the heavyweight boogeyman, right? Remember, in heavyweight, because of how big he was and how explosive he was, how just, you know, like hit you with anything, kicks, punch, like, I mean, he was very well-rounded and kind of scary. How he looks, his size, his athleticism, the way he can get his leg up so quickly, like crazy. So people were scared of him and worried that he would be a real fucking threat, right? So, and he was thought of very highly. So why are they talking as if Brendan had a chance to beat him? Travis Brown, like, mollywopped him, and Travis Brown wasn't, again, he was obviously talented and maybe injuries as well fucked him up, but he was never really like upper echelon. And Travis Brown absolutely mollywopped him. So why are they talking as if Brendan could have beaten Cain Velasquez? Maybe there's a puncher's chance he could have done it. Maybe. But considering Cain Velasquez's talent, ceiling at the time, and how scary and ferocious he was, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that at all, to be completely honest. And I don't know why it's even important, because it's like, your friends told you to quit because they thought your heart wasn't in it and because you were getting beaten up pretty badly. That probably says more than you imagining you might have beaten Cain Velasquez, no? I don't know.
It's like yeah, came out of nowhere.
Yeah, with that, I appreciate it, Chael. I love you, brother. Yeah, trained with Chael forever, and he saw me go against other guys. With Rogan and Callan, the internet just in general, even with Rogan, like, I adore Rogan, right? He's like an older brother to me. He's been so helpful. At that moment, too, like, I wouldn't offend Rogan and go, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, you guys, not you guys, but the people out there will go, but Rogan's watched thousands of fights. He knows the fight game.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Now I'm trying to understand what they're talking about. So in that conversation, when Rogan and Callan give him that talk, I guess at that time, because Cain was very highly thought of and was very, you know, well regarded in UFC at that time, especially heavyweight, Rogan used Cain Velasquez as like a barometer of like, hey, how do you think you'd fare against Cain Velasquez? I think that's what it said in the conversation. And Brendan was like, "You'd be surprised," right? So I think that's what they're talking about. So Brendan here is now saying people would be surprised by how much better I would. I guess in some sense, okay, I don't even know why I'm entertaining this, but because it's just stupid, it doesn't matter really. But I guess if styles make fights, maybe there's a way you could kind of believe if styles make fights and Brendan goes into the Cain Velasquez fight wanting to grapple, even though he didn't grapple that much, and use more of his jiu-jitsu against Cain, maybe he can do that. But Cain, was he good at jiu-jitsu too? I don't know if he was, but maybe he was. But maybe that's what he means. Maybe he would have approached the Cain Velasquez fights differently and made it more like that. Kind of tied him up a lot more clinches, push him up against the fence, try to take him down as much as possible, time the takedowns, you know, every time he tried to throw something. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. But I still don't get it. Like, you got beat by, I wouldn't say Brendan got beat by mediocre people, but he didn't get beat by, like, the most elite of the elite heavyweights, right? I mean, he got beat by, like, you know what I mean? Pretty easily. So it's like, why do you think the Cain Velasquez thing would have gone your way if these guys who are, like, you know, what people might describe as journeymen are watching you? Why would you think Cain Velasquez would be easy? Doesn't make any sense, really, does it? Wouldn't it be the opposite?
Game. Agree. And so do I. The difference is, like, you're not in the training rooms. You're not.
And I got that wrong. Big up Sarlux. Cain's amazing at jiu-jitsu. There you go. There you go.
And you know, it's just this is how it goes. But I would never disrespect Rogan. Like, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because there's analysts, right? There's fight analysts, and Rogan has, you know, he has.
Hold on. So now he's what? Debating or pushing back on the narrative that Rogan knew better because he watches fights and said, "Hey, you should quit." Now he's trying to say what Rogan didn't know better.
High level kick or karate, you know, that he's competing, but it's not
karate. Rogan, Brendan, you can tell the relationship isn't what it once was. It's not what it once was, man. Brendan's calling Rogan's Muay Thai titles or Muay Thai training back in the day karate. Brendan doesn't rate Rogan at all now, innit? They're not good friends anymore. You can tell they're not as close as they once were. Karate or whatever.
Professional to the level of the UFC. Whether you're on the prelims or the main card, if you're in the UFC, you're a professional mixed martial artist at the highest level. Now go even further with that. And I was fortunate to be ranked in the top 10 and fought some of the biggest names in sport. But
he wasn't in the top 10, was he? The truth is he was never in the top 10, was he? He was top 15. Again, such an unnecessary lie because top 15 heavyweight, although it's contextual because the time that he was heavyweight, the competition or the standards weren't as high as they are maybe now, it's still a great achievement to say I was top 15. But why is he lying and saying he was top 10? I don't think there was once he was ever top 10, was he? From what I'm understanding, he was never top 10. He was top 15, but never top 10.
On some of the biggest cards in sport, Ultimate Fighter finale, right? So there's analysts that watch the fights, right? And then there's those that actually do it. And you're in the training rooms and the everyday thing. So I know how good Chael Sonnen is. I know how good Michael Bisping is. When I tell you I know how good John Jones is, I'm not telling you.
Hold on. Okay. So you're almost saying it doesn't matter to fight in the UFC then, because the people who are the best are usually the best behind closed doors because they're in training or in the gyms. You see the best versions of them because they're away from the bright lights. So he's almost trying to say that, oh, I was really elite in training. You would, if you saw me, you would have known that I could. But that doesn't really matter if you're not doing it under the bright lights, no, on the bigger stage. I don't know.
You, because I've watched the same highlight videos, or I sat down with my friends at Buffalo Wild Wings and watched his fight against Gus Finn. I'm telling you this because I was in there with him inside a cage. And I've gone against the very best in the world for years. And I know how those guys stack up. And I know how I stack up. I know. So when I...
But that's really a lack of humility and probably shows why he never was going to make it in professional sports. because a part of professional sport, it's all part of it, right? Nowadays, one of the aspects of being a professional sports athlete or whatever, or being a professional in any type of sport, is your ability to perform not only in training but also in competition time. And maybe nowadays with the media, how you conduct yourself, business, it's all tied into being a high level sports person. That's why people look at people and say, oh my God, high level, elite, because you're able to balance all of these plates at the same time. You're able to train the same way that you play, or play how you train. Like, you're able to do those things at both levels. So saying that I was able to push myself or compete on the levels of these guys and hold my own against the most elite, and John Jones the only person that ever could crush me, doesn't really matter when you're losing to, like, let me see, who did Brendan lose to? Let me get his fucking record up on my phone here, because it doesn't really matter, innit, really, if you've lost to these mad guys. Like, why are you saying this? Because it makes you look worse, really, if we're being honest. Let's see, Brendan Schaub's record. Let's scroll down on here. Mixed martial arts record. He lost to Travis Brown, Andre Arlovsky, Ben Rothwell, Nogueira, Roy Nelson. Like, these are meaty guys, man. Like, good, don't get me wrong, but these are meaty guys. These are not like elite level, like people he lost to. Seriously. So, yes, maybe there is some truth. Maybe let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Brendan in training was a beast. Maybe he was able to hang with some of the best. He could push them. You know, he gave everybody a run for their money. But if you can't get past Andre Arlovsky, Travis Brown, if you can't get past Ben Rothwell, Nogueira, if you can't get past Roy Nelson, Big Country, and these men under the bright lights, does it matter that you nearly beat John Jones in training or something, or that he can only tap you right at the end when he caught you or something? Like, it doesn't really matter though, innit, really, because that's all part of being a high level athlete in any sport. No? Or maybe I'm bugging out.
I say Cub Swanson, best I've ever seen. I know maybe some of you are new and, oh, he's this guy that used to do comedy, he's this dad now.
No, everybody says Cub Swanson was amazing, but Cub Swanson kept flattering to deceive. That's, you know, or kept flattering to, you know, convince, or whatever the fucking term is. That's not his fault. It's just sometimes you're unlucky as a fighter in that regard. He had all the assets and all the tools, all the skills to be elite and be a champion at that level, but it just didn't kind of pan out for him. I think most people that watch UFC know Cub Swanson's sick and probably could see he's probably amazing in training, but he could never put it together when it mattered. Like, I don't, like, why is he acting like he's got this, like, insight that no one else is? Like, bro, there's plenty of fighters in the UFC, probably even more so in boxing, who are nearly men, right? Who nearly could be this, could be that, but couldn't get it all together. That's just the nature of the game. It's just, you know, you don't sit there and start pontificating and bloviating about, oh yeah, I was a beast like that. You just look weird, man.
On those trucks and cool, but there was a time when I was undefeated on a 4-fight win streak. I went to Greg Jackson's, and I've been with everyone. GSP, Wonder Boy, Shane Carwin, Nate Marquardt in his heyday, Dwayne Ludwig, Elliot Marshall, Rashad Evans, Donald Cerrone, Leonard Garcia. I mean, I can keep going. Then when I come to California, the list gets bigger. Verdum, Gustus Finn, Volkov, Pat Cummins, Mark Munoz, Bisping, Chael Sonnen, Ishii, Tony Ferguson. Strickland was with us for a short time. I mean, the list is wide. And then from there, even from there, and then I'd cross-pollinate, and I'd go here, I'd go all over, man.
Cross-pollinate.
National Wrestling Team, University of Northern Colorado, Colorado Springs. I've seen it all. All this to say, and I know people are like, oh, Rogan did what he thought was right, agree 100%, and thank God Rogan did that to a certain extent. But also, if that...
I have to revise my comment about the comedy mothership. If I'm Rogan and I legitimately gave you your life Without me, you would be doing what you said to Dana White about holding mitts in the. You'd be teaching fucking cardio kickboxing somewhere. If it wasn't for Rogan, this guy would be doing cardio kickboxing or, you know, trying to still be a UFC commentator of some regard. The fact that he's backtracking like this and trying to retcon whatever happened on that particular pod and how it panned out for his life is pretty disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. Considering what Rogan's done for his life, like actually, like when you compare that to his talent level, when you compare that to his how unlikable he is, what Rogan did for this guy, he's like the 5 years he had with Rogan, or let's say the 5 to 10 years he had being by Rogan's side is probably gonna ensure that he doesn't have to work again ever in his life. Maybe of course his dad helps him, but the 5 to 10 years he spent being by Rogan's side, being in Rogan's inner circle, is probably going to mean that his kids are never gonna want for anything ever again in their lives. When I've helped you to that degree, you don't have the right to come back and start retconning or trying to explain or trying to backtrack on what happened. No. I gave you your fucking life, bro. I told you to quit the UFC because you kept getting knocked out and it saved you. You then had a popping podcast that was doing really well at the time. You were touring, being a comedian. You even had a chance to be a comedian, which you never had a right to be, you know, because of all the fame that you had there. You met some great people. You were in Hollywood. You got to be in movies and shit. You did TV shows. You presented on E! All these things I gave you. If you're Rogan, I gave it to you. Literally, I gave it to you. And now you're here telling me that my advice wasn't this attitude, bro. Oh, God almighty. Why is Brendan like this, man? Why is he like this? All it took is that little clip from Chael Sonnen for him to suddenly start like disrespecting everything Rogan's done for him. Whew. Brendan.
That if that Rogan wasn't such a close friend, I would have said, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've been doing this day in, day out with the best in the world.
My God.
I know exactly how I stack up against these guys.
Oh my God.
So that's where I'm going. Me going, I think you'd be surprised, is me going, you kind of don't know the way the sausage is made.
Let's say for 1 minute he's right. Again, let's extend him some grace. Let's give Brendan the benefit of the doubt. Let's say for 1 minute he's right and Rogan doesn't know how the sausage is made. Cool. It still worked out pretty well, didn't it? Rogan made an educated guess or a random guess at that point in time, because as somebody mentioned in the stream chat, they were looking up. No, someone mentioned in the comment of the fucking Chael Sonnen video. Rogan and Brian were looking out for their friend at that time, who was Brendan, and they didn't like seeing their friend get hurt. And maybe part of Rogan also didn't think Brendan could ever be champion, but still, the genesis of their concern was, this is my friend, I don't want to see him get hurt, and I can see he's better at other things. Let me suggest something that he could ever do, and obviously this is the platform to do it on. Let's do it in a harsh way because it's the only way he learns. And also, I also think, thinking back at it too, because we know how hard-headed Brendan is and how impervious he is to critique and how resistant he is to criticism or any kind of whatever. It wouldn't surprise me if they did that on purpose on the show, because they knew he wouldn't listen any other way because of how hard-headed he is, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if they did that on purpose. Like Rogan and Brian brought that topic up on purpose on that platform, that publicly, because they knew it would force Brendan to do something because he'd be ashamed and all the fans would get at him, whatever. It worked out pretty well. It worked out pretty well for him. Now, it worked out. Yes, he did some work himself, but it panned out quite well. To sit there and say that guy doesn't know what he's talking about, when he not only probably saved your life, gave you this life that you've always dreamed of, and also kind of secured your future, essentially, because, you know, even though his shows are terrible and they're not that great, he's probably going to enjoy the after effects of being Rogan's friend until the day he dies. He's going to be good. Still, the show is worse than it's ever been, and he's still driving 1 million cars. He still doesn't look like he misses meals, so he's going to be fine. And he's still at this point, he can't be gracious enough to say, you know what, even though it hurt, even though we're not good friends anymore at the moment, I still thank you for everything, because without that advice, I wouldn't be where I'm at now. If Brendan could talk about Rogan like this, imagine how he speaks about other people. If he can speak about Rogan's influence in his life like this, imagine how he speaks about other people. Fucking hell, this guy.
Now you've seen it, but I'm talking the way this sausage is made, being on those mats. Lyoto Machida, Anderson Silva, Khalil Roundtree, Gilbert Burns, Bigfoot Silva. So my career went Colorado, those monsters, Albuquerque, Jackson's, to California, all of Southern Cal, during the very Crone Gracie, Machida. I mean, you're talking that.
No, I disagree. Abel Martinez said he would have been better fighting. I disagree. Honestly, he would have been better off fighting. He's a professional laughing stock now, and not in a good way. Everyone laughs at him in any facet. No, I disagree. I think if he would have continued fighting, there's a possibility he might have offed himself or something. No word of a cat, because I think fundamentally, again, having watched so much Brendan content and being a fan early on, I think this guy's always had a very, very high opinion of himself. He's always had delusions of grandeur. He's always kind of thought he was destined for something, to be the guy, NFL, whatever it may be. So I think the fact that he's got this little niche celebrity, Z-list, whatever podcast, public figure influence and notoriety is good enough. He's content with that. But I think if he was a no-name fighter who was getting knocked out every other card, he couldn't bear it. It would have ended pretty badly. Honestly, I don't think his mind could have handled being that kind of guy. I think it's better that he ended up being the person that he is now. Even people are laughing at him, for him it's still attention. It's still people talking about him. It means people care. It means I'm a big shot. He says it all the time, innit, right? Only people that get haters are people that are doing something. He compares himself to LeBron James and Drake all the time. Like, he's got those kind of like weird, his sense of self is all over the place. So I think it's for the best that he's doing what he's doing now, because if he kept on fighting, I don't think he'd be around now. And I'm not even exaggerating, honestly.
Who's who, man? Every day going against him. So I know how I stack up. Going from that, and then I go to Florida. All the monsters in Florida, went with all those guys. So I've never really talked about it. When I go, I think you'd be surprised. That's not me being like, I don't know, man. I believe in myself. No.
Even if you think you'd be surprised, surely as an athlete, I know I'm really good in training, but I don't put into get like, I don't know about you, but when I played football, especially when I was playing football a lot, like Sunday league teams, sometimes you gain a better appreciation for people who can perform at the level that you perform at training in match days. Wasn't it like you? Wasn't it like that for you guys? Like, let's say I thought when one of my things that I was kind of wasn't good at was performing on a match day. I'd sometimes go into myself, right? I wouldn't be able to kind of perform with the same level of aggression, with the same level of power, speed, quickness of thought in a game day than I did in training. But then when I was playing a match and I saw somebody in my team or an opposing team that was playing the way that I used to play in the playground, playing how I played in the streets, playing how I played in the back, like, how you fuck around and you do amazing things, and he's doing that on a match day, and he's giggling or something, or he's eating something, right? Or he's got his socks halfway down, or his laces are untied. I gain a better appreciation. I'm like, oh wow, this kid's special, because I'm focusing, I'm trying really hard, and I can't do it because I've got a bit of a block there. But this kid is just like free. He's got his fucking shorts halfway down his bum. He's got one sock on, laces undone, boots with hardly any studs on it, and he's just balling. It makes you humble. It makes you appreciate, oh shit, man, there's levels to this game. I'm here, this kid's over there. So surely if you're Brendan and you know you can beat these guys up in training, surely you're like, wow, man, these guys are elite, because I'm mollywopping them in training, but then when they perform under the lights, they get to another level. They turn into animals. Whereas Brendan is now taking his training dominance, or how good he was, in gyms, and he's now trying to say that, oh, because I was really good in gyms, people don't know how good I could have been. It's like, but that doesn't matter though, innit? Because we saw you under the bright lights and you weren't that great. surely you should have more appreciation for people that were able to perform better when they were under the bright lights, no?
No, I'm telling you, I think you would be surprised. Because when it comes to this, like the inner workings of being a professional athlete at this level, you would be surprised. That's what that's what I meant by that. No disrespect at all. My dearest friends. Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, big up Andy Ward. Yeah, true. Big up, yeah, of course, all the time, bro. Always listen to Angola national anthem. He always had the best pause. Yeah, big up Burt Reynolds. Big up. He's looking for himself. When I was depressed, I had similar behavior. New hobbies, new personalities. Yeah. I said it prior. I said it in previous streams that he does look like somebody that's going through it, that's going through a little bit of a state. And I think I kind of made it connection because of the birthday. I thought the birthday party that his girlfriend, that his wife flew for him, Joanna. I thought that was a little bit. That was more of an indication for me that something wasn't right. Back home, that's something that your girlfriend does for you because she clearly can see you're going through it. And yeah, that was maybe a signifier that, you know, he wasn't in the best mental place, that his girlfriend threw that party to kind of put him in a good mood and shit. So I don't think in the past he would have accepted something like that, but I think he kind of went through it because, you know, he kind of probably didn't need to have a smile on his face and see some, you know, some people that actually loved him around him and shit. But yeah, he's going through it. But this is kind of wild, man. This is a wild phase we're in, the Brendan fucking arc, where now he's starting to like throw shots a little bit at Joe and kind of poo-poo Joe's influence on his life and how positive it's been, and try and basically say that he could have been an all-time UFC great if people saw how good he was in training. It's like, okay, I guess so, bro.
Dude. Because again, it's different. John Anik, adore him. These guys that break down the fights, Luke Thomas, one of my favorite people. Ariel, my God, the best we have. When it comes down to actually what's going on inside there, I've walked through that fire. But
that's a problem, though. You are a terrible analyst. I'm okay with him saying this, right? I'm okay with him saying this, and that's the problem. That's why we all like when fighters talk about fights, but some fighters just don't know how to talk about fights. They just can fight, but they don't have to talk about it. He's one of them. He can't analyze fights well, and I don't think it's even to do with fight picks. I think fight picks are not a fair barometer to see somebody's knowledge of the game, but it's just the way he comes to his conclusions. Even the way that he comes to his conclusions, like, it's terrible. So yes, you've walked through the fire. Yes, you did compete. Yes, you did throw hands, knees, and elbows with somebody in the cage. Fucking respect. He deserves all the respect. But just because you did that doesn't make you a better analyst than the other guys because you walked through the fire. Because when we hear the evidence of it, this guy is garbage when it comes to cover. And it's getting worse now because I feel like nowadays there's so many options. There's so many people, so many platforms, so many channels, YouTube accounts, Instagram accounts probably, TikTok accounts probably. There's probably a huge scene of people on TikTok breaking down UFC fight cards, of guys and girls that just like obsess over the UFC and watch every single fucking card, whether it's a main card, a fight night, an early prelim, they're on it. They're watching every bit of fucking UFC media that comes out. They follow the fighters on social media. They're on all the Reddits, on all the forums, on all the Telegrams. And they have better analysis, better coverage, better breakdowns of cards. This guy is garbage. So it's like, what's the use of being the guy that walked through the fire if your analysis is terrible?
No disrespect at all. I think you guys would, that's what I mean, would be surprised. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Chael said the same thing. He was just saying, like, you guys don't know what he's done in the gyms.
Yeah.
Like, he did some crazy shit.
Yeah. Shout out to Chael. It's crazy, man. I don't know why he did that. I don't know what sparked that, but I love Chael. He's one.
I don't know what. So I want to know what sparked that. Like, I would love to know what sparked. I wonder if he's just still holding resentment for the comedy mothership. Because I'd love to know what's changed. Or maybe he felt like Brendan, or maybe he felt like Rogan didn't support or back him up during the whole Bobby Lee thing. Because it felt like Rogan definitely separated himself from Brendan and Brian when the Bobby Lee shit happened. I think that's when I think I've always said on the stream that I think Rogan was very naive, was very purposely oblivious. Like he would bury his head in the sand or look the other way whenever Brendan's name would come up. He didn't want to listen to the hate because that's his friend. But I think he was aware of how unliked he was. But he also didn't appreciate when he heard that Brendan and Brian were using his name to kind of bully Bobby Lee, because it seems like he adores Bobby Lee anyway, and he also doesn't like them talking about him in that way, like he's the big bad boogeyman in comedy. But ever since that time, I think he purposely went out of his way to distance himself from these guys. So maybe this guy still holds resentment over that. I don't know, but it's been interesting to see this. Like, he's not really. He doesn't talk about Rogan the way he used to talk about Rogan, if that makes sense. Which is weird because like I said, like I think in life there are certain people in your life that you probably should never like talk bad about in public, at least. Obviously, naturally, the first will be your parents, and then I think other people in your life who have contributed to your success in a meaningful way, regardless of where you are now. I think that's the marker of like a real man. That's the marker of somebody with principle. That's the marker of somebody with like self-respect and shit. Is that even though if you fell out with this person and you're not cool anymore, you still talk about them with some sort of reverence when their name comes up, because you know what they did for you and how they helped. Even though you're not cool with them now, you're like, you know what? We don't meet eye to eye now. So that's not my guy anymore. But this person, without them, I wouldn't be where I'm at now. So you're never going to hear me say a bad word about them publicly. And I think Rogan should be that person to Brendan. But the fact that he's not, and he's throwing these little sly digs about him doing karate and doesn't know that this guy's a piece of shit, man. This Brendan guy is a piece of shit. This says a lot more about him, man. The fact that he could talk about Rogan like this, him of all people, piece of shit, man. Piece of real shit.
One of the best. You think Chael knows what he's talking about? You know? Yeah. I mean, and that's why when I talk even if guys talk shit about me in the past, if I've trained with them, like, now they talk shit about like Bisping, dude. I was blown away by Bisping, dude. And it was kind of at the tail end of his career.
And also, not to be that guy and be disrespectful of his ability, but why would it matter what you thought of Bisping? You weren't high level. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is he acting like, oh my God, like my opinion of these guys? Because like, why would you be the barometer? We all knew Bisping was high level. He was a fucking champion. We saw it with our own eyes. We saw him. Like, why are you the person? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is a screenshot. Actually, that should be a screenshot, isn't it? Yeah, big up Jack. That actually should be a screenshot for this episode as well. Actually, for this episode. Yeah, you're right. That should be the cover for this episode. Actually, that's the cover for this episode. Big up Jack Donnelly Jr. Yeah, exactly. Young God vibes. No loyalty. Exactly.
In the training room, I saw him go with Heron, Henner. They couldn't submit. I couldn't believe like his cardio, and I remember it, and it's such a blessing. Dude. I wouldn't change anything about my career, about my life. It was such a blessing being around that and be able to see it. Like you guys know, Bisping for the guy who lost his eye, became champ, and beat Luke Rockhold on a short notice fight. And he's the biggest star in European history, right?
He's gonna cry.
Or London history, for that matter. He's the one who sparked the whole wave.
He was at one point.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, he's the reason. Ultimate Fighter winner, like it's Bisping, dude. And again, I know, I'm not GSP, I'm not John Jones, whoever the fuck you watch on YouTube.
I love how he always mentions the higher echelon people. It's never people that leave like just above his level. I know I'm not what? GSP or John Jones.
But I've been in there. I put in the 10,000 hours with the very best in the world. And for a guy to shock me takes a lot. Bisping.
I love how he's a barometer. Honestly, he shocked me. He got in a cage with me and impressed me, guys. If he can impress if only we all thought of ourselves as highly as Brendan thinks of himself. Imagine where we could be. People around the world. I read that quote earlier on Taz about someone saying, oh, imagine if you're willing to stand outside Berghain for 8.5 hours. Imagine the kind of power you have. If you're able to do that, what else could you do in the world? Imagine if we all had the self-belief and the confidence that Brendan has in our own lives, where would we be? Just imagine him. Even myself, I'm thinking about now. Where would I be right now? I might have a Range Rover Sport outside. I might have a place in Manchester. I might have a place in Berlin. I might be DJing around the world right now. You know, like, I might have a closet full of Balenciaga and Rick Owens right now. If we all believed in ourselves the way that Brendan believes in himself, or the way he talks about himself, we would all be fucking champions. We would be champions in every walk of life that we're in. God Almighty.
Up Swan, like Bisbee, I was like, holy, this guy doesn't stop. The amount of volume and just his work ethic. I was like, in my head, I'm like, that's why he's a world champion. That's it. That's why. Dude, I mean,
he's gonna cry. He's gonna cry in it.
To be an outlier.
He's gonna cry in it. He's gonna cry in it. He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry. He's about to cry again. Honestly, this whole crying thing is so weird, man. And someone said earlier, it's definitely to do with the alcohol or the drugs and stuff, right? I'm assuming. But the crying thing is so interesting. He's definitely about to cry.
With those monsters is so hard to do. To be an actual outlier where guys go, Jesus Christ, man, take it down a notch. Tony Ferguson sparred all the rounds with us. We spar all.
Big up King Bayo. Big up King Bayou. Big up King Bayou. I keep saying Bayou. Big up King Bayou. AZ would have told those people at the job to fuck them because they wouldn't be working for him. Exactly.
All the time, sparred all the rounds. And then on the heavy bag, running laps. Like, what the fuck is this guy drinking, dude? In outliers, dude. So for those guys, they're like, there's certain times in my career where you're just like, oh my God, Gustafson. When Alexander Gustafson, when I went down to his camp and Dominic Cruz is there and Gustafson's there and these other heavyweights there and we're on the same 165 card, I knew Gustafson was good, seen some videos, and I get in there with him. And I think I said on Firing the Kid, I said, I guarantee you Gustafson takes John down. Because I've trained with both of them. And I felt Gustafson's hips. I didn't watch Gustafson's hips on YouTube. I didn't look up old highlight videos.
So no one could have come to the conclusion that Gustafson could have taken on John Jones unless they went and sparred with John Jones. No one could have come to the educated conclusion in watching clips, in watching fight videos, in analyzing tape. No one could have come to the conclusion that Gustafson could have taken down John Jones if they didn't what? Hips. So it's the hips, right? The hips don't lie. That's the famous Shakira song, right? The hips don't lie. Again, it's just like not so subtle way to put himself in the same level as Gustafson and John Jones by saying that how I trained with both of them and I knew if he could take me down, that means he could take down John. He's really good at that kind of like thing, innit? That little slight, oh yeah, let me put my name here. Say, oh yeah. Bro, you got knocked out by Roy Nelson, man. Allow it, man. Allow it.
Or hear rumors on forums. I shot a single on him and chain wrestled with him against the cage and sparred rounds after rounds with the guy. And I've done that with Olympic athletes at the wrestling level. I've done it with GSP, Rashad Evans, Shane Carwin, Ron Waterman, some of the Justin Gaethje, the highest level. And I saw Gustafson's hips. I went, holy fuck, he's gonna take John down.
The way he speaks is funny. I saw Gustafson's hips. I thought, holy fuck, I want to fuck that guy.
Yeah. Again, that's not. I bet I think he can't take it on. No, I've gone rounds with John. I've gone rounds with Gustafson. Holy fuck, his hips are insane. His timing is insane. He's gonna take John down. That's where that comes from. That's all it is. It's awesome. It's awesome. And thank God Rogan had that conversation. Because let's say I go on to fight. Let's say I go on to fight.
So now he's gonna cry. So now he's saying thank God Rogan had that conversation. So you're criticizing Rogan for saying it and calling him out, saying that he doesn't know how the sausage is made, and almost saying that because he's an analyst, because he didn't fight, he doesn't really know the fight game. You can only know the fight game if you fought, which doesn't make any sense because you're proof of it. I would agree if Brendan wasn't Brendan. Brendan's proof that you don't need to fight to understand the fight game, because he fought and he doesn't understand the fight game. He talks about fighting in a very uneducated, uninformed, horrendous way. So if he can do it and he fought, imagine what you could do if you actually understand and educate yourself in the sport and do the research. You'd be an absolute animal. So he's proof that that is not true. Yet we're meant to take his word for whatever. Let's just continue.
I lost to Travis. They give me another name, right? I was kind of a name, so I'm not going to get a nobody. They give me a name. I beat that guy. I choke him out. I starch him. Then I win one more, right? And then I get to Kane. It just delays everything. Who knows what injuries I get, whatever. It delays everything. So who knows if there's any fighter in the kid? Who knows if there's any shop show? Any of this stuff. Live stand-up.
Oh, no shop show.
Live podcast. My entire thing that I've built, that I pay for my family. I don't get punched in the face anymore. I can do my passion with the trucks.
You see what I mean about punching the face? I honestly do think he always has seen fighting for money in the UFC as degrading, or fighting MMA in general as degrading. He thinks he's better than that. He thinks he's more cultured, whatever, well-to-do, who knows. But he definitely doesn't think earning a living by being a fighter is something to aspire to. He thinks it's just like a last resort, but you shouldn't aspire to do it unless you want to be a champion and get some glory and a title. But just to fight for fighting's sake, he doesn't agree with it at all.
And all that stuff is from Rogan telling me. I think you'd be surprised. I know that, oh, dude, you got roasted by... No. He did me a fucking solid, dude. That's what friends do. He knew I was 1 foot in, one...
Okay, so now he's starting to act or speak like a friend and be loyal and kind of have Rogan held in some level of reverence, but it's a bit too late for me. The things he said in the beginning about Rogan and how he spoke about that conversation and the way he framed it and the way he kind of tried to reinterpret or retcon it, downright disrespectful, bro. If I was Rogan, I'd be kind of insulted, I'm not gonna lie.
1 foot out. Yes, thank God he did that.
Thank God for me too. I mean, thank God he did it for me too. I gotta have a career.
This whole thing, who knows?
I have a career because of it.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Chin, you fucking cuck. Frankly, yeah, we know, Chin, we know. Shut up.
Because all of us do, dude, because of him. And it's like, could I have kept going? Of course, man. I feel, it's the fighter heart, man. I feel like I'd fight right now. I ran 2 miles this morning. Fucking
press exit out.
Flying, dude. Lifting. 225. I mean, I'm on the sauce, but still, dude. I got busted out 225, no warm up, knock out 30 like it's fucking Skittles. Couldn't do that one as a fighter. But again, I'm gonna be slower, but I feel like I can fight right now. But
the fact that he hasn't, by the way, the proof's in the pudding. The fact that Brendan hasn't fought now, and I'm sure he's got given offers, he's been presented offers. The fact that he hasn't fought now with all the influence of boxing things happening is proof that his heart's never been into it. And he's more worried about also probably the embarrassment and the memes. He's never gonna fight again. He's never ever fighting again. I'll put money on that. That guy is never fighting a single person ever again.
So that never goes away. But if I would have stuck around, who knows? Maybe a little more CTE, maybe blown out knee. Thank God I have no injuries. All my football years, all the fighting years, no injuries, dude. It's uncommon. Now, is it because I started lifting when I was 6? Maybe. Say it stunts your growth? Well, I disagree. I'm gigantic.
Yep.
But all I'm saying is thank God he did that. Because if I would have gone down that road and I don't meet Brian, fighting the kid doesn't start, which is so much fun. My life's insane, dude.
Yeah.
It's such a blessing.
It's so much fun.
And I can spend time with my kids, and it's...
He's only saying this because he's only spending time with his kids now. He's only spending time with his kids now because he had to quit everything. Again, context matters here. He's only spending time with his kids now because he quit stand-up comedy because he wasn't selling tickets and he doesn't like performing in front of empty crowds. He doesn't like grinding. He wants to perform in front of sold-out crowds. He wants to do theaters. He wants to be on world tours. But because of his annoying personality, because he's very unlikable, because he's just not funny, and he put out 2 terrible specials, no one wants to see him anymore. No one wants to see him anymore. So that's why he had to quit stand-up and then pretend to be a dad. And then he fell in love with being a dad because he got reminded, oh shit, my kids are quite awesome actually. I actually love these motherfuckers, which is sad in itself. He had to quit stand-up to realize that his family's kind of cool and kind of nice to hang out with. Now all of a sudden, this is all important to him. But before, it never was. It never fucking was. That's the really tragic side of it.
It all worked out, dude. You know, but if I would have kept fighting, and let's say me and Kane have a battle, I go back and forth, but he beats me, and then I don't start this whole podcast thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Big up Jack Donny Jr., yeah. He's not even spending time with his kids. He sleeps through the weekend games. Exactly. Honestly, Joanna, the wife, blowing up his spot inadvertently is always fucking hilarious. Taking a picture of him like fully conked out at the baseball game. So this whole like baseball dad thing, he's sleeping through the majority of the game and then waking up like at random moments to kind of scream and shout and be all fucking helicopter dad. But most of the time he's sleeping and the wife is doing all the baseball coaching. That's a funny thing. Most likely Slow Joe probably knows way more about baseball than he does. Especially because I think her brother, is it Slow Joe's brother? Brendan's brother-in-law that's the thing that's always surprised me, by the way. Wasn't Slow Joe's brother some sort of like semi-pro baseball or something? Again, why do I know this law? I don't know. But wasn't Joanna's brother like good at he did quite well? I don't know, play for what team. So why doesn't that brother get involved in the coaching? Why doesn't Brendan even talk about him? I wonder if they hate each other. Does Joanna's brother not like Brendan? That might be the reason why, because it's surprising that he's not on the socials, like hanging out, you know? Or like teaching the kids and shit. You
know, it said, who knows? I'm fucking holding mitts at a UFC gym, you know? Stuff. That's what you don't want.
No, it's a blessing.
Super blessing. Forever in debt to him. Love him like a brother. He knows this. But I've never talked about it.
Oh, so now he's saying loves him like a brother. Before he was saying that how... Okay, now he's changing his tune now.
That's why I said you'd be surprised. It's not like... It's like, no, you. Yeah. That's it. Shout out to Chael.
Yeah.
I didn't know he did that. That's so cool. Didn't know he was going to do that. I don't know.
What the fuck is that you about, by the way? What the fuck was that you about, by the way? What was that pointing about? What was that about?
You. Yeah.
I like how he's talking like this with this bass in his voice. He didn't have that energy when he told you in studio, though. Remember, he was cowering. He looked like he was about to cry in that studio. He's talking with all this bass in his voice about what he would have said and what he thought at the time when he said this. It's like, you didn't sound this bossy or this loud when he was right in front of you talking, did you? Huh?
That's it. Shout out to Chael.
Yeah.
I didn't know he did that. That's so cool. Didn't know he was going to do that. I don't know why he did it, but
it just popped up in my feed.
It's cool to see some positivity once in a while, you know?
Yeah.
That's cool. And he would know. You know, he would know.
That's what he said.
He would know. Yeah,
but he's also playing you a bit, innit? He's not doing this to be sincere. He's doing this to go viral, to line his own pockets. He doesn't give a fuck about Brendan, really. Let's be real. And he knows it's going to rile people like myself and other people who don't really like the guy too much. This isn't, I don't know. I don't think this is like a sincere championing of Brendan's skills. It's just, you know, Chael, you know, making sure he puts out content. Like, it's simple as that, really. I don't know. But what do I know?
So I miss nothing about fighting. I miss those days. The driving was fun. I was with my coach, Tony Jeffries. We drive down, we talk the whole time about life, whatever. Then you jump out, you warm up, and then, you know, I'm with the boys. I miss that. Run around, warming up. It's sparring day. I miss that. Then driving back to run laps around Santa Monica College. I miss that. Just different time, you know? Is that it, Chin? Peaches, delight.
Yeah, big up Haphazard as well for that clip. Amazing. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said before, I just think there are certain people in your life that you should speak about glowingly and highly until the day that you die. And one of the people I think in Brendan's life should be Rogan. Rogan should always be spoken about with a level of reverence that should never, ever, ever, ever be called into question. He should always speak of him in glowing terms, never say anything bad about him ever. And the fact that he does speak about Rogan like this in public is proof of how much of a piece of shit person he is, unfortunately. And shows, like, if you can speak about Rogan in this way, if you can be this dismissive about Rogan's influence and about how much it helped, and you know, and kind of throw little jabs at Rogan and shit and whatever, and be snarky and whatever, given everything that guy's given to him and how he's legitimately transformed his life for the better and give him everything that he kind of wanted, because, you know, there's not a part of me that even thinks Brendan really cares about sporting success or that malarkey. I think he just generally wanted to be famous and have money and not have to work a regular job. And the fact that Rogan allowed him to do that via his friendship and via his networks and get him on his podcast and shit, and he still speaks about him this way. Oof. Yeah. That is proof that, you know, this Brendan guy is not the greatest guy in the world. But again, what do I know? Absolutely nada. I don't know a single thing, so I could be wrong. I really could be wrong. Let's continue here. What are you guys saying in the stream chat? How many times do you think Clint has invited Brendan to campaign? Exactly, forced to change his life. Exactly. You ever see the comments of extra fans? What are you guys saying in the stream chat? He's a TikTok dad now. Just give him a double chunk chocolate cookie and he done with it. The other baseball dads actually hate him. Yeah. Oh, I would love to hear from the. Hopefully one of those baseball dads gets on Tfatk. Hopefully one of those baseball dads stumbles across the Reddit, and I'd love to hear from their side of view, like what the other parents think of him, because I'm sure it's not how he would think. He thinks of themselves. Of himself anyway. BGL blowing up his spot, accelerated his exit exactly. Big up Ruben Rivera, sorry. Big up Super Jello. Kids are proof he's straight B. That's hilarious. Kids are proof he's straight. Papa is his own therapist. Big up Armando Ortiz. Lifted at 6 years old just before he was a mechanic at school. Been lifting weights since I was 6. Exactly. Selling comments since I was 3. Oh, born to do it, man. Born to do it. He got man boobs and belly, and he thought again he would win some back. I can't make fun of his fighting legit. Yeah. Oh, you guys are funny. Let's see some of the what is some of the comments. Do they agree with some things that I say here? Let's see here. What are the comments saying? I know a bunch of bald guys slinging dick. Dana White, Joe Rogan. Ugh. A few days later, Joe Rogan is not cheating on his wife. When I meant slicking dick, I mean he's fucking chicks. He means successful where I grew up. Yeah, again, Rogan is not cheating his wife. Exactly. Oh, that was one of the most hilarious. That also was another moment. I think there were several moments in Brendan's history online where you can see he kind of inadvertently got too comfortable. And that comfortability that he has is also proof of his hubris. You know, he got too comfortable. He thought he was Rogan too. He thought he was basically Rogan Light, Rogan 2.0, and he started to act weird and started to say things that he probably shouldn't say. And one of them was that bald guys who slang dick comments, and then trying to walk it back later on down the line. It's like, oh yeah. It wouldn't surprise it. I bet you Brendan has never seen Rogan's wife since then. I bet you Brendan hasn't probably spoken to Rogan's wife since then. I bet she's made it very clear that, hey, I don't like this guy. You know, I bet you any money Brendan has not spoken to Rogan's wife since that incident. So he's trying to say my boy Rogan doesn't know what he's talking about because Papa was a beast when he trained with Toe, and Toe wasn't there to watch. LML God, Brendan never ceases to amaze me how goddamn stupid he is. Exactly. C-clamp and a hand to heart. Buckle up, boys. It's going to be a masterclass. Yeah. We got a C-clamp, and we also got this new one. We got this new one too. We didn't get a C-clamp. We got this, whatever this is. What do we get? We got some circle thing. It's like a dish. There we go. Yeah, we got this dish thing. What's the dish thing about? We got double C-clamp. We got a lot of this in this video. Where is it? There you go. Yeah, we got a lot of that. I don't know what that is, but we got a lot of that in this video. Not C-clamps, but we got this this circular dish thing. That was the big name of this particular clip. We got a lot of that, a lot of this, a lot of this, a lot of this. I'm not sure if that's a stew or something, but we got a lot of, you know, a lot of pot hands, a lot of pot hands. Let's continue here. The length is daunting, I know. Yeah, big up haphazard. Oh yeah, let's see this. Let's actually read some of the comments here. Just because he lost 4 in his last 6 fights doesn't mean he wasn't the best fighter ever. That's so true. Just because he lost 4 of his last 6 fights doesn't mean he's not the best fighter ever, B. I haven't looked his record in a while. It's wild to think he was going to turn that around in a championship run. Exactly. Oh, what a fucking legend. What the fuck is his body language from Papa? Why is he acting like this is the first time he's seen the video? Exactly. Zero chance Papa is never going to turn that around. Like Toe said, he was incredibly stiff and slow. But also, his chin was gone. A gentle breeze would KO Papa. He was totally delusional view of his skills in MMA. You can apply that to anything. That's the thing though. He is totally delusional, but it's across the board. Usually people are delusional like in one area, which uses an expertise they have on, you know, usually. But Brendan is one of the rarest people because he's delusional across the board. Across the board. He definitely wasn't. He also didn't retire after the Rogan fiasco. He tried to drop down to 250 but realized it was actually hard work rather than just having a blue belt, and got over right hand and have a good overhand, right? Sorry, which makes it a heavyweight division to extent. Just nobody gave a fuck when you officially retired. Oh yeah, true, that's a good point actually. Officially, he didn't actually. Yeah, why did I download that one? He didn't actually retire after the conversation. Yeah. Yeah, imagine Brendan trying to get it to 205 pre-Ozempic. It never happening. Thank you. Notice how he talks about himself. Automatically says he'd win the next couple of fights, then get Kane. Who knows? Probably go back and forth with him, and you know, who knows? He's summarizing it as if he's just about as good as a champ at the time, if only just a few pair away. That's how he sees himself. He's the king of delusion, exaggeration, lies, and deceit. And that's the thing I've always said about Brendan. It's like, there's no need for all of this because on paper, he's still quite a bit of a badass. To go from playing football to segue into the UFC, to have some decent fights, be in the top 15, then segue that into podcasting, then to stand up, then to being a presenter, then to having cameos in movies and whatever it may be, and being, you know, whatever he is now. That's a pretty good run, bro. Especially for somebody that never actually played NFL, was never gonna in line to be a champion, kind of basically a mediocre athlete, to achieve as much as he has achieved, especially with his lack of command of the English language and how redacted he is generally. It's a pretty decent run, but still we have to embellish, we have to lie, we have to add a bit of fucking salt to everything. It's like, god damn it, bro. Over 30 seconds is daunting. Just yeah, there was a time I was undefeated. Yeah, you went 4-0 against regional cans. So fucking what? Cunt. This is absolute mug is out here giving a fucking monologue like him training all these names makes him elite somehow. I saw an interview recently with Frank Mir where he's talking about how he got such a sorry, let's rebrand it again. I saw an interview with Frank Mir where he's talking about how he got such a level with his training that if he possessed the knowledge he has now, he would have retired undefeated. I doubt it. But there's no way I'm hating on it. That's because Frank Mir is a former UFC interim heavyweight and heavyweight champion, also challenged for multiple times. In contrast, this guy is deluded mug that has a couple good wins against past it prime people and fat out of shape Matt Mitrione. Started lifting at 6, says he stunts your growth. I disagree. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. If you were a former champion or you came close to, and now with more education and maybe with more resources, you sit there and say, hey, if I had the knowledge people have now back when I was around, maybe something could be different. Yeah, that's a conversation to be entertained. But Brendan can't go down that path because you were terrible. Gustafsson, yeah. Soy boy, failed fighter, failed comic, failed podcaster, failing baseball dad, failing wannabe mechanic, great guy, never met him. What's someone else saying here? He's still salty about the Jerry episode, eh? That's actually a good point, isn't it? Is it just salt? Is it just salt? All these years, he's just not never got over that. even though it's given him the life that he wants or he's always desired, he's still very salty about that and about how he was kind of publicly, quote unquote, embarrassed. That's got to be wild, isn't it? It worked out for you in the best way possible. You actually became a celebrity off the back of that. You became a multimillionaire. You own Porsches and Ferraris and all these trainers. You did a podcast tour. You had a special on Showtime. And you're still annoyed that you got a little bit embarrassed. Still salty about that. Yo, big up King Bayu. The problem is, AZ, he's an ever unstable attention demon. Papa can't just take his success and be happy. He always needs more and to embellish what he has done. I agree with that to an extent. I don't think he needs more. I don't think that's true. I don't think he needs more. I just think he has a very overinflated sense of self, and he thinks way highly of himself than what he actually is, which is weird because what he actually is isn't too bad for who he actually is. Like, because he's a terrible human being, right? Like, you know, we've all seen it. He's not the bestest guy in the world. A great guy, never met him. But for what he's been able to achieve being so unlikable, he should be happy. He should be content. Like, hey, you've done pretty well for yourself, despite being a very overall unlikable person. Like, it's not, because the thing I'll say about unlikable, forget us who maybe can tune into his sort of stuff and rag him. He's unliked across the board. Like, comedians hate him, UFC fighters hate him, content creators hate him, even his own colleagues hate him. Like, he's not in a group chat with Eric Griffin and Chris D'Elia. Like, you see clips of Eric and Chris and Brian hanging out. You don't ever see Brendan. Like, you know, I think even just me spitballing here, I think even his extended family probably doesn't like him too much. Yes, he gets money and he pays them well and he keeps the lights on and the kids don't starve, but I don't think his extended family probably have that much time for him. Like, his in-laws, and he's been able to achieve what he's been able to achieve. I think he should be content. Look what you've done, man. Despite being so unlikable, be happy. But it's not enough. I've said it before. What's it saying here? Yeah, let's say here. So he's still salty about the Jerry episode, eh? Rogan may just be an analyst, but he called out his lunging issue. And if an analyst sitting ringside can see the tells, so can your opponent. Exactly. Great point. He saved him several knockout losses in a division that keeps fat ass fucks around who have no ambition to win a belt, like that guy who drinks out of shoes and Derek Lewis. Exactly. That's heavyweight cannon fodder for guys like Jones and Ngannou to more. That's what Brendan Schaub was in the UFC. He needs another reality check, Jerry episode. I've said it before in Chang's. During Papa's time in the UFC, the heavyweight division was weak and banking on big name fighters past their prime like Crow Cop. At that time, Strikeforce had all the real talent in more than one division. I won't say it was easy for Papa to get into fighting in the UFC, but the competitive bar was a lot lower than at that time. So I guess good for Schaub. He can always say he killed Crow Cop, but it was hip for him. He was a stiff looking heavyweight. Not all good, but in a right time. Yes, he's been very lucky in his life, innit? Right time in UFC, right time to quit, right time to meet Rogan and Brian Callen. You know, like, right time to do stand up when he started it, then get a Showtime deal when Showtime were trying to get into that lane. Like, his life has really been about really good luck and timing. You think he'd be more grateful and more, like, you know, humble and shit, but nah, instead it's the opposite. Yeah, so that's it. What can you do? Explains a bunch of very obvious shit that we've already knew. This whole repetitive spill was due to his insecurity, randomly listing of fighters that he clearly didn't fight or roll with, being 200 pounds heavier. We get it, bro. Yeah, cool. Exactly. Anyway, what can you do? He's never checked that. Big up King. Big up Asad Aziz. King Bayo is right. He thought he would be an NFL star, but gained the attention fighting. Then he found more attention through Rogan and Pods. Now drama farms to remain relevant. His bar of success. Exactly. Can't believe no one likes him when he's a beast of a dad and a beast of an athlete at the same time. Exactly. It's a mystery, man. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. I'm a great guy. Remember, he used to always say that. I'm a great guy. I'm a great guy. Yeah, sure you are, mate. You're the greatest of the greats. Anyways, cool. Let's continue. Let's maybe quickly do a bit of a palate cleanse. Let's do a bit of a palate cleanse, and let's talk about my boy, one of my favorite boys ever. You know my favorite boy. Let's talk about Yuri. Big up fucking Yuri. Yuri is back in the No Jumper headlines because of this clip. Yuri and Riley argue about Yuri's bad hygiene. Just for a minute, think about where you have to be in life to be sitting on a live stream and have your girlfriend, who you live with, who you love, who you do content with, call you out publicly on live stream because you refuse to shower often, because you refuse to brush your teeth often. Strap in, lads. It's gonna be bumpy.
I'm questioning your sexual orientation due to the neatness of the decoration on the gingerbread house and the ability to keep your area clean that long.
I know, mine is so bad compared to yours.
I'm a fucking neat freak. Ask my mom. Like, people think I'm so disgusting and nasty, but it's like, guys, like, I'm a fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I'm such a neat freak. Ask my mum. Why don't you ask the person that you live with? Why are you going back to your mum as a neat freak? Why not the person that you live with, who's been living with you for the last 5 to 10 years? Why can't she be the judge of how neat you are? Ask my mum. What? Huh? It's almost like you're not a neat freak.
You're not with hygiene, but like with like.
Yes, I am with hygiene.
No.
Yes, I am.
By the way, have you ever met anybody who allegedly is a neat freak, but also has good hygiene? I guess he's assuming, or he's trying to conflate having an OCD about how things are laid out and being neat. That's not the same thing, you know? But I don't think I've ever met a single person in my life who is stinky, smelly, doesn't take care of themselves, doesn't shower, doesn't wash their clothes, but happens to be very neat. It doesn't exist. I'm sure it doesn't. It just doesn't.
If it wasn't, babe, Riley will.
Don't even
hold on.
You brush your teeth every single day. That's hygiene.
Hold on, babe. You will.
Do you wash yourself every day?
Can I talk here, babe? You will.
So he doesn't brush his teeth or wash himself every day, and he skates and he streams, which are things that sometimes can produce a lot of sweat. And he doesn't shower or brush his teeth every day. God Almighty.
Walk into the house with your sandals, like all the way to the kitchen, and yes, it is. And I'll be like, babe, I'm like, yo, you can't walk into the house, especially into the kitchen. Can I finish talking? Especially into the kitchen with your shoes on.
That waving arms thing. You just want to bend you just want to like put his arm straight and just step on the back of his elbow, innit? Like the waving arms thing is just, I don't know what's more annoying. Him calling Riley bro, or the waving arms thing. I don't know which one is way more excruciatingly annoying. Waving arm thing or calling your girlfriend bro. I don't know.
Because like that goes into the air, that goes everywhere. It's like I walk around with my socks and shit. That's hygienic shit.
So he's comparing Riley walking into the crib with her shoes on, and that being nasty, to him not showering every day.
I'm not trying to play you. I'm just saying that I worry about the things that are important. Showering 2 times a week is fine. That's normal.
Disgusting.
That's not.
Big up Josie. Yuck, and you stay with this man and put up with it. That's the thing that I've noticed, and I've kind of really been. I've not been like. I can't understand. Maybe guys are just have a different barometer, but you know how some guys are like into like looks and whatever. You know, me, yeah, of course looks matter, but obviously personality is way more important. But also, I can be grossed out very quickly. And I think for me, one of the things that you can easily be grossed out about is somebody's lack of hygiene. And I'm really surprised that a lot of people who kind of simp for Riley, especially on the No Jumper subreddit, big up those guys, the people that call her FPR on the No Jumper subreddit and shit, the people that love Riley, I'm surprised they're not put off, or they're not like grossed out that Riley sleeps with this man. Riley's in a relationship with this man. Riley loves this man. They're together. And he only showers twice a week. That says a lot about Riley too, no? Even if you like her physically, won't that gross you out a little bit that she puts up with a guy that only showers twice a week? Which I don't believe, by the way. I think if you shower twice a week, you shower once a week. Sorry. I don't believe this whole twice a week shower thing. He probably showers once a week. There's no fucking way I'm gonna believe he makes sure it's 2. If he says 2, it's 1. If he says 1, it's probably 0. So part of me thinks, yes, Yuri's disgusting, but Riley is just as disgusting as a girl, as a woman, to be okay with being with a man who showers twice a week. Oh, she's probably one of those girls that doesn't remove her makeup every night either. I'm just guessing here. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I don't think a girl who takes time to remove her makeup every day, who showers every day, who washes her clothes every day, would be okay sleeping in the same bed as a guy who doesn't shower, only showers twice a week. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
you know what's disgusting is covering yourself in 40,000 chemicals every single day, 3 times a day. Amazing. Let me cover myself in 40,000 chemicals all day, every day.
Yep, I'm gonna keep doing that for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not great for you.
And guess what? Also isn't great for you. Not brushing your teeth every single day.
That's not true.
Yep.
That's not true.
He doesn't brush his teeth every day.
0
Let's go
calories.
to the dentist then.
Let's go.
And he eats a bunch of fast food, eats a bunch of snacks, drinks a bunch.
Let's go. Easy.
Let's go dentist for dentist.
Let's go with dentist for dentist.
Exam for exam.
Yeah, my teeth are a little bit crooked. That's why you stare at them.
No, we're talking about cavities.
Yeah, I got no cavities, baby.
You haven't been.
Cause that shit's a scam.
Bruh.
They said Lola needed a tooth replacement three weeks after fucking getting Lola. I brought Lola in because of a stomach ache or some shit, and they're like, "Hey, by the way, she needs a $5,000 tooth replacement."
Veterinary offices.
It's the same thing for people.
Bruh. You're tripping.
Oh, you're saying I stink, babe. If I told you you smell as many times as you did smell, you'd be mad at me.
Dang.
I did it one time before where you told me you told me I'd rather you tell me I have something in my teeth than you not tell me, right? So I told you once before, I'm like, a bit smelly.
So his girlfriend tells him he stinks, and he's arguing that he doesn't. Why can't you just address stinking and just not stink anymore?
Babe. And then you were
I shower every single day.
And then you were like, how could you do this to me? Blah blah whatever. Right, you see, you're doing it now. Oh, it's okay for you to do
because you're like publicly smelly, and also I always.
This guy's 30 years. Do you think it's Arrested Development? Why does he act like this? Or do you think it's because he's on the spectrum or something? That whole demeanor, the way he speaks. I know some people are different when they're around their girlfriends, but the way he acts is very like childlike, isn't it? Like, what do you think that's about? Is that because he's a bit slow? Is that his personality? It's a very strange thing. Like, why are you acting like that? Like, aren't you a bit older than, like, even Kai Cenat? That guy's like 24 or something. He doesn't act like this or talk like this. Like, why are you like this?
I shower every single day. I always brush my teeth twice a day. So, don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you're gonna brush shame me. I only miss brushing fucking once in a while.
Hella defensive.
Because you're calling me stinky.
So you want to call me out.
I'm getting defensive because it's like you're allowed. You can't. It's
you love being smelly.
No, I don't. Look it up on Google. Showering 2 times a week is what's recommended.
I don't get being fucked.
He looks up on Google and showering twice a day. I also have a really big problem with how he drinks alcohol. Maybe this is an American thing, but I hate this whole like having a shot and then having the chaser be in your hand at the same time. There's something very annoying about it. There's something very unmanly. There's something very pussified and just lame and just neutered about having a shot glass in your hand and immediately having the chaser in your hand also. Like you're some girl on some fucking spring break trip out in Cancun or somewhere. Like, what are you doing? Drink the shot like a man. Take it in. Have another one. And maybe have another one. And then continue on with your day. but don't sit there with the shit. Oh, because it's too much. My throat. It's like what? I need to soothe my throat with the chase. Like grow some balls or whatever. Get some balls. I don't know. Whatever you're gonna get them from. But I hate the way he drinks. Like something about it disturbs me.
Cheers to 40,000 chemicals 2 times a day.
Yeah, shout out to them chemicals.
Yeah, you see, look, so it's even more pussified because he primes his mouth. It seems like it primes his mouth, so he doesn't have to taste the alcohol, but he can get the effects of it, and then sips the shot, and then primes it again by sipping. It's like so unnecessarily pussified. But yeah, I don't know. He's comparing her putting on makeup and all these chemicals to him not shower. I don't know. I just don't think guys who like Simba Riley should look past the fact that she sleeps in the same bed as a guy who only showers twice a week. I think that makes her equally as nasty. I'm okay with that. No matter how bad a girl is, if she's that nasty, I can't do it. Last clip about Yuri here, for those of you who care. Last clip about Yuri getting mad at Riley for trying to flash his chat. Now, this is an interesting one because Yuri is always very quick to remind the audience that they only don't like him because he has a hot girlfriend. That's what he thinks. For some reason, Yuri's got it in his mind that people don't like him, or people take the piss out of him and think he's a low cow, or mock him or whatever, only because they're jealous that they don't have Riley. I think that's what he thinks, which is whatever. But the funny thing is, he's always quick to mention that my girlfriend's hot, my girlfriend's hot, my girlfriend's hot. Cool. I would always thought somebody like that would be very aware. Okay, she looks the way that she looks. Let me maybe use it to my benefit by getting her on stream a little bit more. Because why not? Because, this stream is helping us pay for the house. This stream is probably allowing her maybe not to work as much. So whatever money they can make on stream is going to benefit them as a quote unquote family. So if it was me and I was him, and you're very, your girlfriend being the way that she is part of your identity, just get her on stream in a low cut top. Fuck it. Get the fucking mummy milkers out. Tell her to fucking go grab something at the back there. Do the whole back on fig thing, or what is it? I think it's community. Get her to touch the sign at the beginning of the show, and get the simps who love her to donate more money to see her stand up and touch the sign, or go get a drink, or talk about something while bending over the microphone. I don't know. Fuck it, use it to your advantage. Why not? She's your girlfriend anyway. Fuck it. But he seems to be quick to talk about how hot she is, but then when she tries to kind of use her sex to get some money for the show, let's say her sex appeal, he gets very defensive and very weird. Like he gets very weird about it. He gets really weird about it. And I don't know if it's because of his stunted growth, or because this is the first girlfriend he's ever had, or he lost his virginity. I don't know, but look at how he reacts to Riley kind of flirting with the idea of flashing the camera. Look at how kind of tense he gets. It's very interesting, this clip.
Wait, hold on. Can we watch this one more time? Guys, I'm not sure if you guys could hear my rants or not.
Alright, bye.
Wait, where are you going?
I'm leaving.
Are we not taking the shot?
For what?
Before the split? You just dipping? Why are you just saying I'm leaving? Oh, because you have to cook dinner. Because you got to cook dinner. For the familia. What the hell is that? You're trying to flash everyone?
He does not look happy. He does not look happy. Generally, that's a scowl on his face. Look at the scowl. She's out of camera. You can't see her. But look at the scowl on his face. Look at him. He's really not happy. It's like, so why do you keep talking about her being hot and thinking that everybody doesn't like you because you got a hot girlfriend, but then you're not willing to just quote unquote use your hot girlfriend for the benefit of the stream? So allegedly everyone wants her, everyone likes her and shit. I don't know where that comes from, but cool. But it could benefit you greatly if you just put her on stream in a low cut top, and everybody will win. But yeah, it must be the controlling thing. It's a strange thing. It's a very strange behavior that he has with this girl. I I almost think I'm almost led to believe that he probably doesn't let her go out much as well. I've got a feeling he probably doesn't let her go out much. He probably doesn't let her go out much. Like, he's not really a fan of letting her go meet her work colleagues or hang out with her old school friends, or she has to share her location. Like, he probably doesn't let her. He probably is controlling on that side of things too. He like, you stay here. You fucking stay here.
Okay. All right.
All you can see my.
No, okay. Let me think of a cool stream idea.
Yeah.
Speed dating when I'm just trolling everyone the whole time.
Bye.
No, you're trying to flash.
Bye.
You're trying to.
Let me speed date.
No, what the hell? You're trying to flash.
He does not like her having agency on her body, and he does not like her maybe using some of her femininity to kind of spark a bit of interest in the stream, get those subs in. He doesn't like it at all. Okay, cool, man, cool. That's Yuri for you, though. That's your Yuri update. That is your Yuri update. Next, let's talk about this clip here. Adam22 tells Wack 100 that if Jay-Z should have built relationships with new media people like DJ Academics and DJ Vad and Say Cheese, so when these sort of allegations happen, they play ball with him. Let's see here Adam22 talk about this. Big up Joe Budden Clips fan page as well.
Jay-Z seems like
you mean?
Jay-Z put in so much time and effort building all these relationships with all these old school music industry people and old school radio hosts and all these types of shit. But why does he doesn't have a relationship with me, Vlad, Ak, Sean Cotton,
and you guys are the only ones reporting on it.
But not a
everybody
single,
else
exactly.
is not saying a word.
But wouldn't you think if he was such a forward-thinking genius in the music industry that he would have wanted to form relationships? Granted, not with me. Don't do it with me.
He figured y'all don't matter.
We do. Spoiler. We're the owners of a lot of the biggest media companies in hip hop, and it's just like, why does the industry seem like they're so fucking boneheaded that they don't try to build relationships with all of these smaller, people who were smaller and are now like bigger than a lot of the more mainstream platforms? It's kind of bizarre.
In my opinion, if what Jay-Z is being accused of is true, maybe the better advice is don't PDF. Don't R-word, as opposed to Jay-Z should have made better connections, better relationships, built better relationships with new media so that he could control the narrative and get them to also shut up and not report on him allegedly R-wording somebody with Diddy. Huh? What type of advice is that? Jay-Z, instead of not doing the bad thing that he has allegedly done, should have built relationships with new media so that he could control new media the same way he is controlling old media, because his influence and his notoriety and the money and the power is what is scaring a lot of old media people, especially the ones that got jobs off the back of him, not to say anything disparaging, because they all want to be in the good books of Jay, and they know how he's got a long memory and he sees everything. So they're all afraid of reporting on it or talking bad about it. But the new media people, like that's what they deemed it in the new media, like Academics, Say Cheese, all these people, they are reporting on it because they've never, their livelihood doesn't depend on Jay. So they feel like they don't need to kowtow or anything. But this advice is terrible. Maybe don't do the alleged crime, no? Instead of trying to make sure you manipulate, have people in your back pocket so that you can make sure they don't report on things that you do that are criminal and disgusting, if true. But I could be wrong.
I feel like no particular desire to make Jay-Z's life worse. I assume that these allegations are probably mostly bullshit. But it would be nice if I got to go to the Rock Nation brunch, so I would be a little bit more incentivized to say that. Instead, I'm out here standing up for a guy that never even hit me with a follow back.
He doesn't have social media.
Yeah, he does. He just doesn't follow anybody. I was kidding about the follow back. I know he's not doing that.
Listen, man.
That's my GOAT. That's my favorite rapper of all time.
Do I think Jay-Z was in the building when things happened? Yes. Do I think Jay-Z know that people were in there doing things they wanted to do? Yes. Do I think Jay-Z was a participant in anything that had anything to do with a kid? No.
2004. He's riding high. He's already like the biggest rapper in the game.
He like 31, 32. The fact that the girl said she was 13 years old and fought both men off, ran around the house, and then ran down the street, got dressed, got to a gas station, called the dad.
Big up Asada Aziz about Back 100 be 5 to BBL. The funniest thing about Back 100, somebody said recently, I think it was what ODM Slim said on his fucking legendary debut appearance on fucking Ace Boys. I think ODM Slim's joke about Wack was something like, "Oh, Wack's got BBL. Like, how is Wack the same height as Adam 22 sitting down?" So his BBL is like propping him up. It's giving him a boost. Wack 100 is the same height as Adam 22 when they sit down across from each other. I was fucking dying. I was dying, man. Big up ODM Slim, absolute legend.
The dad doesn't go back to the house. The dad doesn't go to the police department. The dad doesn't take her to the hospital and just takes her home. And then 20 years later, voila, here we have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great story,
Yeah, I
but
ain't fucking with it.
what evidence are we leaning on? I'm very skeptical of any of these situations where people are getting sued for.
By the way, god damn it, bro. Adam started to look his age now, isn't it? It happens differently with different people at different times of their lives, I guess. But even though he's dyeing his beard clearly and dyeing his hair, Adam started to look his age now, isn't it? Fucking no, he's looking fucking haggard. Adam 22 is looking fucking haggard.
Allegedly fucked up shit that they did 20 years.
Anyway, yeah, like I said, maybe just don't do the crime in it, first of all, but what do I know? Let's continue. Another one here. Wack 100 tells Adam 22 he has information about Drake that could end his career. Now, this has already has been debunked and moved on by, because allegedly this information that Wack 100 had that he said is going to end Drake's career was an AI clip or something. So somebody sent Wack 100 some sort of AI clip of Drake maybe saying some sus shit, and you know, with Wack being a boomer, he didn't realize it was AI. And the thing that makes this really weird is that Wack purports to be this gangster guy. He's using these things to kind of like blackmail people into doing what he wants. I don't know, whatever this thing he's doing. But then I think in this clip, or maybe the clip with academics, he speaks about how he's really cool with Drake. Like Drake bought something, I don't know, I think Drake bought something for his family members or his daughters or something. You know, they have good conversations. So it's like, hold on. So you and Drake are kind of cool. Somebody sent you something incriminating about Drake that you thought was real. You then threatened to release it to end his career, but you said you and him are cool. So it's like, I don't understand why. So like, if you're cool with somebody, you're willing to bury them for your own gain online, just because what is the content game? Wack 100 is Wack 100 is a very weird individual, very, very bizarre guy.
This has been in existence about 90 days, and I have made sure it hasn't went anywhere. Personally, I think you know what I'm talking about. That dude with his mouth and the things he say does not support your career and as far you come. I'm telling you as a brother, this is how much I got respect for you.
That's the red button.
And if you have something here, I'm gonna let you plug into it and look at it when we're done.
What is it?
You're gonna see how much. Get the fuck away from top 5, bro. Y'all world, remember, I'm warning Drake. He's gonna have you hemmed up, called up.
By the way, the top 5 thing too, the top 5 guy, he's a little bit silly, a little bit reckless, obviously. But I do understand his egregious, because so the top 5 dude, who's kind of like Drake's shooter, I guess now, and kind of the guy that's kind of always, you know, sticking up for Drake online and shit and putting pressure on certain gangsters and whatnot. He got on a phone call with Jay something, I forgot the guy's name, and maybe Wack 100, and they were, you know, posturing online on their FaceTime call. And I guess he might have said or did some things on that FaceTime call that he probably shouldn't have done, given his, you know, his case he just got found not guilty of, and maybe the condition of his bail, whatever it may be. And for some reason, these guys screen recorded the whole conversation. So they've got a screen recording of this guy maybe showing off guns, maybe talking very crazy on stream or via FaceTime, and they're now trying to blackmail him with it, or they're trying to put pressure on Drake to split ties with his top 5 guys. It's like, hold on, aren't you guys meant to be gangsters though? Like, why are you screen recording somebody doing this shit when this is part of what, like, I just don't understand what's going. It just doesn't make any sense. All of it's weird. All of it's bizarre. I know they want to get top 5 out of the paint, but it's like, surely you have to get him out in a far more honorable, you'd imagine, way. What happened to the codes? Aren't there codes? Aren't there things that you're meant to not do and do? Isn't this basically technically snitching? I don't know.
And cuffed up. Dude is reckless with his mouth. He ties you to things, and he's a dumbass. This is how much respect I got for you.
But not enough respect to not taunt him with it on a podcast.
Not taunting him with it. I'm just letting him know.
What category?
Exactly, Adam 22. Exactly. That's how much respect. So yeah, I've got respect for you. Exactly. Exactly. Not enough respect to taunt him with it. Exactly.
Might that fall into? Is it embarrassing sexual material? Is it someone being beaten in the streets? Is it what could it be?
You can't be tied to
some kind of confession.
You can't be tied to somebody, bro, that continuously wants to say they're tied to you. Bro, you seen him the other day? He said, yo, I want to kill 2 people. Kendrick Lamar being one of them.
Right.
Right? You can't, like, you know what I'm saying? You can't do that.
It's kind of funny.
No, that shit ain't funny because...
I mean, it's funny because you know he's not.
But he's just saying stuff like, I don't know, is it dumb? Is it reckless? Cool, but why is everyone getting all like... Why are words becoming so like... Why are these gangsters becoming so touchy with words and shit? Oh, you can't say that. Really? I can't say that. Aren't you a gangster? I can't say certain things. Make me stop saying it then. Isn't that the part of being a gangster? You have to make me stop saying these things first before I stop saying them, no?
No, we
not
don't
do that.
No,
right?
we don't know because he proclaims to be a thug, a street motherfucker.
Right.
This is what he proclaims to be. So, you know, so Lord forbid Kendrick goes up there to his sold out show in Toronto, right?
You can't kill Dot.
Wait, and something happens.
He's going to take claim.
Drake, you might as well have done it. Niggas is on your line. Dude does and says too much shit. He's a dummy. When you see what's on this drive right here, he's a fucking dummy. Stupid dummy. I promise you, Drake, I swear to God, bro, get rid of this dude. Right? You can't say or do things, bro, around and be tied to somebody like that and think it's cool.
He's definitely probably the most mixy person that we've really seen.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Getting fucking finagled or getting finessed by AI Drake clips and thinking they're real and thinking that's going to end his career, or FaceTime recording a FaceTime call with top 5 as he kind of waves gums around and says he's going to do certain mad things to you when he thinks he's on a private phone call, and then trying to blackmail or trying to use that as collateral or trying to use that as something to get Drake to pressure him to what? To push. I don't know. These guys are all dummies, isn't it? These guys are all fucking dummies. Let's continue. Let's just watch this Ruby Rose clip, man. I'm not even gonna say nothing. Let's just watch this Ruby Rose clip. Let's as the mandem. Let's just enjoy this Ruby Rose clip, and I'm gonna continue on. Pick up Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose, everybody.
God damn, man. God fucking damn, man. Some people just have it all, innit? Some people just have it all. God fucking damn. God bless Usher, man. God bless Ruby Rose, and God bless the friend Slaw at the back there. But that was incredible, man. Truly incredible. That's the kind of thing that will get me up in the morning and start streaming. That's the kind of thing that will get me up in the morning and commit to streaming, commit to clipping, commit to doing Patreons, commit to doing membership streams, commit to posting all the time. This is the kind of thing that will keep you on your grind. This is the kind of thing that will make sure that you get out in the morning, hit your fucking job, and do what needs to be done. Because look what you could have access to.
Ruby Rose, everybody.
God almighty, bro. God almighty. Big up Ruby Rose. Big up Blood Clot Ruby Rose, man. What more can you say? What more can we say? Nothing more needs to be said there. Nothing more needs to be said there. Big up Blood Clot Ruby Rose, man. Big up Blood Clot Ruby Rose. Let's continue on here. Jay-Z's lawyer. Jay-Z's lawyer says Jay-Z and Diddy aren't friends. Which is funny, by the way, because we know they're friends. But yeah, Jay-Z's lawyer says Jay-Z and Diddy aren't friends. And Jay-Z's upset that they're being linked together.
He's upset. He's upset that somebody would be allowed to do this. It would make a mockery of the system like this. He's upset that this distracts and dissuades real victims from coming forward. He's upset that his kids and his family have to deal with this. He's upset, and he should be upset.
Will Mr. Carter say anything more specifically about Mr. Combs? He didn't really address him in his statement, but anything since outlets and internet speculation have tried to affiliate the two of them, he didn't really, in his statement, specifically say anything about any of the allegations.
I mean, Mr. Carter has nothing to do with Mr. Combs' case or Mr. Combs. They knew each other professionally for a number of years, just like in all professions. People know each other. At the music awards, they support each other. If you go to the NBA All-Star game, they support each other. That's just how professions work. There is no closer association between any of them. That's also a matter of fiction. That's all that there is. He doesn't know anything about the charges or allegations against him. He has nothing to do with that case. And there's nothing more to say.
That's pretty unforgivable, to be honest, because it almost makes you think that part of the reason why Jay-Z's in this situation is because of his hubris. It's because of his ego. It's because of this idea of himself that he's impervious to that level of slander or that level of accusation, that it could never happen to him. Like, I'm immune to that. I'm too good for this. I'm too high. I'm operating on a higher plane. No one could ever think that of me. The fact that he never in his mind, for someone as smart as Jay-Z, for someone that has so much foresight and clearly thinks about all his moves, for him to have never sat down once in his life and thought, how would I react if somebody did hit me with accusation like that? How would I respond? How would it look? And never kind of went through the steps of how it played out or how it would play out is pretty startling to me. I'm not going to lie. But it also shows that he is a little bit of an egomaniac in terms of, like, he never could see himself in this position because he doesn't think anybody could ever think of him that way because he's, quote unquote perfect in that regard. And I think that distancing himself of Diddy is weird too, because nobody is saying he's Diddy, really. No one's saying that. People are just trying to figure out if they believe this story or this allegation or not. But nobody, I don't think I've heard a single person who's saying Jay-Z is just as bad as Diddy. No. They're saying, is this particular account this person said true? Yes or no? Did Jay-Z R-word somebody in the room where Diddy was? No. Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know. People are pontificating about that. But I don't see anybody say that Jay-Z is Diddy. No one said that. So the fact that he's going out of his way to distance himself from Diddy like this is proof enough to me that they are actually friends. You don't do this much forceful trying to distance yourself from somebody if it's not some truth to it. So they are actually friends, and he's just afraid that if people find out how close they actually were, people are going to try and start to put 2 and 2 together and make 10. But really, you can be friends with somebody, like you can be friends with somebody who gets up to some mad shit when they get caught and it not reflect bad on you just because they're your friend. Yeah, they're your friend, but you didn't know what they were getting up to behind closed doors. It doesn't mean you need to fucking, oh, they were never my friend. No, they were your friend. You just didn't partake in the shit that they did that was illegal, or that was like immoral or whatever, or evil, whatever it may be. But the fact that Jay-Z is going so far to say and do this is proof enough to me that there's something he's afraid of that might come out. So he's trying to get in front of it when it's not really necessary. Just, let the courts kind of play out how they play out, prove the account of what happened not to be true, and keep it moving. But I think the fact that he's so annoyed about all this sort of shit, and maybe the annoyance and why he's using the lawyer to come out and say he's not friends with Diddy, maybe it's also a reflection of how things are going behind the scenes. Maybe a lot of his business deals, a lot of things that were meant to be announced are now on pause because of this court case, because of this civil case about this, R-word allegation when the person was 16. Maybe that's what's happening, and he's getting annoyed behind the scenes that he's having to deal with this like this. I don't know. Either way, Jay-Z doesn't seem to be happy. I personally think it's a weird way to kind of do things, but hey, what do I know? What do I know? We continue on. Courtesy of my mixtapes, Bad Babies, Lamborghini reportedly crashes and catches fire after a police chase at 4 a.m. I don't know what this means. I don't know if this means somebody was driving Bad Babies Lamborghini when it crashed. I don't know if it means she was driving it when it crashed. I don't know. But either way, it's a very nice Lamborghini. It's purple, black rims. She's got a Birkin bag sat on top of it and shit. She's looking amazing, dripped in money. She makes millions and millions anyway from OnlyFans and shit. So she's clearly got enough money to probably buy another one the same day. So I don't really know the details of this and what happened specifically, but I saw it online and thought I'd report it anyway. So keep your head up, young baby or bad baby. Hopefully she can buy another car tomorrow. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Next clip. Someone said 9 to 5 will never get you this. I think younger generation not knowing or seeing professionals live a lifestyle that they desire is why most don't work. So somebody did make a post. It went viral on my side of social where they saw this post of Kai Cenat saying another year around the globe and forever blessed, taking a picture in his garage with all his cars wrapped in black and red and him wearing this outfit, right? And someone was like, oh, you're not gonna get this working a 9 to 5. Now, maybe, I don't think it's true. I'm sure there's 9 to 5s you can get where you can afford those free cars. I think the problem with stuff like this, as good as this is aspirational for kids coming up, I think the issue with stuff like this is that it makes kids believe that they can all get this. And I don't think it's possible. Not everybody can have the ability to make the kind of money that Kai Cenat makes at his age and be able to afford the lifestyle that he's able to afford for himself through his hard work and talent and what he does and shit. So I think it's almost like the beauty standards things. It kind of warps people's perceptions of what success is like. So if a kid has like one of these cards, he thinks he's a failure. If a kid has none of those cards, he thinks probably worse of himself. And I don't think that's fair because everybody has a role to play in life. Just because you don't have these 4 cars or more doesn't mean you are not worthy, or doesn't mean that your life is meaningless. Everybody has their own part to play. So I think much like dating standards and much like, I think IG baddies online have kind of done that to like dating. I think a lot of guys in smaller towns probably, are a bit too harsh on the girls that live around them if they're not, 10s. Because they're on Instagram seeing a level of girl that they probably shouldn't be seeing because they don't live anywhere near these people, and they're comparing the people they see online who maybe use filters, who are maybe whatever, to the people that they grow up with, and it gives them a warped sense of what what their level is or what women look like and whatever it may be. And I think kids out there, as great as it is to see Kai Cenat and these people be successful and watch their growth, I think it kind of gives them a really warped idea on what success looks like. Because in some regards, I would say success is just being able to look after yourself. Like actually look after yourself. Be able to take yourself out for dinner, buy yourself a drink, be able to buy a new pair of shoes if your soles of your shoes split or something, be able to replace a phone if you lost it, be able to get some keys cut if you lost your keys, be able to go on vacation without loaning money and shit. Like that's what should make a life worth living. Do you know what I mean? That's a meaningful life. You can actually look after yourself as an adult, as a young man. But it shouldn't mean because you don't have a fleet of 4 whips wrapped in colors that represent your personality, all this malarkey, doesn't mean that you're not worthy of anything or that you're a shit person, you know? As great as it is for Kai Cenat, celebrate him. I don't think it should be a reflection on what regular kids out there are doing. But again, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Let's continue. Have you guys seen this? I'm sure some of you guys have seen this. So there was a Drake lookalike competition in Toronto, which is pretty cool. And this girl won it, actually. This girl here won the Drake lookalike contest. She dressed as Drake in this viral clip, on this viral picture. Painted on a mustache, the face, the hair. Got the fucking fleece combo down as well. So this girl did the job and actually won it. There's actually some clips of the other contestants too during the show. Let's go watch them. Ozempic Drake, girl Drake, denim Drake. What's that denim Ozempic Drake? Beautiful voice Drake, do-rag Drake, Boston Drake. This guy's actually the best one. Even his mannerisms, even the way he closes his eyes and the way he smiles. This guy here, and I think somebody said this guy looks like Drake if Drake ate DJ Academics. But this guy looks like this guy actually is really good. He actually does the Drake mannerisms and the face inflections really fucking good.
Holy smokes! How you taking a shorty out, brother? Well, I'm gonna take her show her good times. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I flew all the way from New York City with this Drake,
Adonis,
but we ended up losing to the really funny girl. Since I started the Timothée Chalamet lookalike competition, I'm now in the hole $6,000. I love culture. Thank you, John, for going on an adventure with me. Thank you, Toronto, for having me. Thank you, Internet, for watching. And thank you, Drizzy Drake.
It's actually pretty good, isn't it? And I think Drake also reposted it. I think also Drake maybe contributed to the prize money. I think the prize money was like $10,000 for whoever won. Here's some more pictures as well of the lookalikes. As I said previously, I think this guy got shafted. He definitely looks a lot like Drake. He definitely did it well. The other one here, not so much. Maybe this one in the back also. But yeah, the girl did a lot of effort though. She put a lot of effort into the makeup and shit and the braid. So maybe she deserves it based on the effort of the whole outfit itself. But I thought this guy should have won. But definitely, if Drake ate Academics one should have definitely won for sure. So big up him. And then we've got some other clips as well here. This guy was robbed at the Drake lookalike contest. Exactly, I agree. He definitely was robbed. He definitely was. He looks like Drake, I swear to God. He actually does look like him. Honestly, think of that guy. Absolute legend. And then we've got another one, top 10 finishes, Drake lookalike era contest. Jesus Christ. Honestly, light skinned guys are fucking funny, isn't it? Look at this guy. Look how he's pouting. Look how shiny his lips are. Look how shiny his face is. Fucking love it. Look at that guy.
We're gonna do a snake draft here, okay? So we're gonna go one by one and then backwards, all right? This is gonna be all indicative on how the crowd responses to each Drake, all right? We got a lot of qualified judges. It won't be me.
It's very cringe, I know, but it's funny. I like it. It's funny. It's cringe. It's funny though. It's a bit funny. It's a bit loose. You know what I mean? It's not too serious. But hey, oh, by the way, so this guy's called Jalen Hurts, right? He's an NFL player, and also I'm learning.
So that's what y'all want to see, huh?
I'm also learning that a lot of girls like him too, right? So he's a very good-looking dude that girls
So
love
that's what y'all want to see,
and
huh?
cream themselves over. I'm assuming guys also probably like. I'm just learning this now. I'm not really familiar with NFL.
So that's what y'all
But
want
people
to see,
love
huh?
Jalen Hurts, right? Now, you see that lookalike thing I told you about?
So that's what y'all want to see, huh?
Somebody put together a lookalike contest for Jalen Hurts. Somebody organized a lookalike contest for this guy who everybody thinks is good looking, right? Do you want to see what they look like? The lookalikes for Jalen Hurts. Do you want to see the Jalen Hurts lookalikes? Right? It's always look. If you thought the Drake thing was cringe, look at the Jalen Hurts lookalike competition contestants. Look. Jalen Hurts lookalike. Look at this. Look at the screen grab. Look at the screen grab. And look at the guy here. This guy entered the Jalen Hurts lookalike competition. This guy here, this black guy here entered. Oh, let's play the video. Let's play the video.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell. Look at that. Look at that Jalen Hurts there. Look at that. Look at that Jalen Hurts. Look at that one there. Look at what the fuck is going on.
Oh man, what the fuck, man?
Look at these guys. Aren't you embarrassed? What? This is like Jalen. No, like what? Look at even that girl's face. She's confused. What? These guys are meant to look like Jalen Hurts. It's the black guy that look at his face. Someone told him he looked like Jalen Hurts. You know, someone told that black kid he looks like Jalen Hurts, and he's never ever gonna. Never let that go. Fucking hell, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, exactly. One of these black girls won. Probably that black girl won there, exactly. Just to be woke, the black girl won. Oh, fucking hell. Anyway, brilliant. Let's go to Fire and the Kid. Let's watch the Fire and the Kid as we end this particular segment. Let's go to the Fire and the Kid. Where is it? Where's the Fire and the Kid? Where's the Fire and the Kid? Where's the Fire and the Kid? Okay, let's go. Episode number 1049. Tfatk watch along. Let's go.
Really? The Fighter and the Kid.
Come on, baby.
What's up, bro?
How you doing, buddy? Love my glasses on you.
These are your reading glasses?
These are my reading glasses, buddy. They only make things one times bigger.
Dude, they hurt my eyes so bad.
Yeah, you got to do it with your reading.
If you like Rogan has to use, they say Iron Man on them.
Yeah, I'm an Iron Man. What the fuck? What? Hey, oh, Brian.
Hey, I love that these were the option. Like, oh, sick. I'll take the Iron Man ones.
Dude, I speaking of Iron Man, I'm in Denver this weekend.
Oh my
I
God,
decided
those
I
hurt
wake
my
up from a nappy poo and I go, I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to start doing kettlebells. I'm going to swing
At altitude?
kettlebells.
Bad idea.
And I was like, okay, that was good. And then I'm walking back to my room.
Yawning already. Less than a minute in, and Brendan's already yawning. It's gonna be an all-time show.
And my back, I was like, oh,
seized up.
My back seized up.
What by the way, it looks like Sonnen is doing time stamps again. I see the blocks down below on the bar. It looks like Sonnen is doing time stamps again.
My lower back, and now I'm a mess.
Just getting older, dog.
Well, I don't think kettlebells are good for you. I mean, when
if you're not old,
if you're swinging.
If you're not old.
You're over here swinging this kettlebell.
No, I was doing deep,
he's doing
slow squats.
With
a 100-pound kettlebell.
Now, if you're older, yeah, kettlebells aren't for you, buddy.
Right. I don't think they're for anybody. That's how they say. That's how Cain Velasquez fucked up his back, swinging a 200-pound kettlebell.
You think it's that, or you think it's since he's been wrestling since he's 4?
Well, they said that this guy was on Rogan.
I know a ton of people use kettlebells. That's a narrative. Like, obviously, CrossFit, they're just doing too many reps.
Yeah.
Kettlebells are fine. Hey, bud.
Not with 200 pounds.
Buddy, you're older.
Yeah, but not with 200 pounds.
You're injured because you're older, dude. Like, my back tweaked this morning.
It did?
Just my lower back because I was running. I didn't warm up.
You got it.
We're older, dude.
You got to fucking warm up.
It's not the kettlebell. It's not the treadmill. Dude, you're 60.
Yeah.
It's that.
I'm not 60.
My back tweaks when I run. I don't warm up, so let's just keep on running. and not warm up or anything. Yeah, cool.
57.
Whatever.
Soon to be 58, Bubba.
I know.
Time moves. When you get older.
By the way, someone made a comment about this whole like mechanic LARP, and I'm starting to believe now part of the mechanic LARP is to also dress a bit understated. That's why we're not seeing the most super loud trainers. Like he must be intentional. He's trying not to wear the super rare, super bright trainers. Instead, he's wearing these like shoes that look like they're beat up, but they're not. They look like Golden Goose. He's wearing whatever shoe he's wearing is still designer, but it looks a bit more distressed. So it gives a little bit more of a grungy, beat up vibe. But they're not beat up. They just look that way because they're distressed. But he's not wearing the limited edition hard to find stuff because he wants to appear more like the average common day guy.
A year is 1 month.
Yeah.
You're like, that was 10 years ago?
You saw Jaybird?
I saw your brother.
Shark
I
Guy's
saw
Ball Smile?
Joe Kloppenstein.
You saw Big Joe. You saw my boys. You saw Cody Donovan.
I saw Cody Donovan.
Mama and Nub didn't come. They don't go out after 6 p.m.
Sweeties.
Because all the illegal immigrants.
Oh, they're so cute.
How about that? I went, because my mom's been asking me for tickets forever.
Yeah.
Week of, I'm like, hey, Mom, I talked to Brian. I can give him these tickets you need for you and Nub. And
So basically, Brendan's kind of trying to humble brag that his mum's a racist. Is that what he's trying to do? He's trying to like, this is something to brag about, that your mum's racist.
And whoever else wants to come. She goes, what time's that? I go, I think it's like 7 or 9:30. She goes, oh no, we can't make it. I'm like, you've been bothering me. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, he's not doing comedy at 2 in the afternoon. Hilarious. He's not Jeff Dunham. What the Of course it's at night. She goes, oh, it's too dangerous at night with all these illegals. I went, you ain't lying.
All these illegals.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah, she's right.
Well, there's a lot of homeless down there, but
oh, Denver's bad with homeless.
Yeah. Macy Barber came to my show.
She's great.
Yeah, I didn't see
Badass.
her. I didn't see her. I wanted to meet her, but she came. And then Nico.
By the way, what was the Jeff Dunham diss about? Was that like that? What's that guy? What's that felt guy that was on the Fighting the Kid Reddit? Everyone talks about that puppet, the purple one. Was that like a diss at him? What's the Jeff Dunham diss about? What was that? That's weird, isn't it?
Jokic's brother. Jokic.
Yeah.
The Joker, his brother came. And I'm looking at Klopp.
He's
and
the smaller
you know how
one.
big Klopp is?
6'6".
And like 3 seats
260.
over is another giant. And I'm like, who the fuck is that guy?
They sat Klopp and him next to each other?
Basically.
And he's the small brother.
And he's the small brother, and he's bigger than Klopp.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on with his family?
Big boys.
Those Serbs are guy.
Those ones
So
are.
Joker's like 7 feet or something crazy? Look that up.
6'10" maybe?
I think he's 7 feet, Bubba.
Is he a 7-footer?
Yeah, I think
I don't know if he's 7 foot. You might be right. I thought he was like 6'10", 6'11".
Okay. Because those guys are all... There he is. 6'11". What are you talking about?
There you go.
What in the world are we talking
The best, baby.
And then his brother, he's got a brother that's way bigger than him.
Yeah. And they run that Larimer Square.
And he gets in some trouble.
Yeah, they're not scared of anybody.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Big boys.
I think they were probably all basketball players.
You went to a steakhouse in Denver, Jay said?
A5.
Is it good?
I think Klopp said.
Klopp says the best steak he's ever had.
If you're into,
But he's also an investor of it?
If you're into Wagyu, but it's good food.
That's like Elon telling me Teslas are the best. Okay, well, you own it.
It's very good food, though. It's very good food.
It's also like you telling me Tiger Fix the best. It's also like you telling me, I don't know, Rain is the best. It's also like you telling me Drive House All Gas is the best. Huh? Works the same way.
It was really good.
Was it good? I heard.
Yeah.
Jay said it was great.
Yeah, but it's just good to see your brother. Your brother's all kinds of trim. Your brother's like, I'm not eating, I don't need
No
gluten.
carbs, no sugar, no gluten, because he had that health scare with diabetes.
Yeah.
He said, say less. Yeah, dumbass, you can't eat Cinnabon, Chick-fil-A, Burger King on the same day for years. He's like, yeah, but I'm just trying to gain weight. I stay at 218. I'm like, I know, but your insides are dying.
Dude, his wife, Anthony, told me the funniest story. She was like, he'll be at McDonald's and he'll order 2 meals, and then he'll turn to Anthony and go, and what do you want? because he doesn't want the guy to think that he's a total pig and he's ordering 3 meals.
Oh, wow.
So he would order 3 meals, but he was like, "What do you want?" She's like, "What do you care of this guy?" Because I don't want him to think I'm a pig. It's like it's some dude at the fucking window.
That's hilarious.
Riveting content already. Riveting content on Tfatk. Absolutely riveting stories. Banter and friends and jokes.
Hilarious. I love him.
Yeah,
it was so good to see him, man. I always forget how much I like your
He's
brother.
the best. He'll be out here. He gets out here Thursday.
Yeah, I told him to stay with me. Let's talk about this.
Hey,
hold on.
Hey, you keep doing this to grown men. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
If you think when my brother comes in town, he's gonna stay with you. That lives an hour from me.
No, I know it's a problem.
And he's gonna see his nieces.
Yeah, but
nephews.
But
He's
you
gonna see
lock
his
him in the
nieces and
house.
nephews.
You keep
No,
him
we
in the
do all
house.
sorts of shit.
So he doesn't remember that he has sons. He does. If he mixed up nieces and nephews. Nieces, nephews. He doesn't know. He temporarily forgot the gender of his kids. Oh yeah, I've got girls now. So yeah. What? Huh?
No, but
I'm telling you this from another guy who talks to your friends.
Yeah.
You gotta quit asking people to stay at your house.
No,
it's fucking weird. Dude.
I know.
It's so weird.
I said I live near the beach.
There's nothing weird about it. Like only because Brandon doesn't let anyone stay at his house, or because he doesn't go to other people's houses. Why is he saying it's so weird? There's nothing weird about that, no? Or am I bugging out?
And you guys should come and hang and take the little scooters, and you can be near the beach.
He wants to share what he has with people.
No, I just like Jay. I want.
No, he
Jay,
always wants people to stay with him. He always wants.
Because I know if
guests at
Jay
his
stays there, I'm not going to see him.
Oh,
No, yeah.
So it's more that.
Well,
It was more
Jay is
that.
really lovable. I get that.
Well, he's just the thing about Jay. Like I don't know. Some people are like, if Jay's going to talk, he knows exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better
Nobody's
come
more
correct.
thorough.
You better come
Right?
correct.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
If he's gonna talk about something that he knows, you're not winning that.
Cars, sports.
And loves his fucking fashion.
Yeah, he does.
That dude.
I'm kind of out of it. I get over it.
Yeah, but like he's not
I'm
about.
about
You got over it because you're pretending to be a mechanic. That's why. Loves his fashion, loves his shoes. If Brendan was still flying around the world doing comedy and whatever, he'd still be driving the same car he's driving now. But because of this like mechanic, trucker, fucking all-American dad thing he's got going on with the baseballs, or the kid doing the baseballs all tied into it, now he doesn't want to. Now he's not into fashion anymore. He doesn't, because he thinks it makes him look vain or shallow. It's not cool in those circles, I guess, in his brain. Hence why we got these shoes, by the way. These distressed looking beat ups he wears on purpose.
Spending $2,000 on a pair of boots that look like a regular pair.
Oh
of boots.
no, he's super frugal.
Right, but he'll spend money on fashion.
Certain stuff.
Yeah.
But he's frugal as fuck. It's like our uncle.
Maybe that's why he can afford to spend on clothes when he really wants to. But he was wearing, I bet you the clothes he was wearing, it was all Japanese. I bet you he was
He likes all
wearing,
that Japanese shit.
I guarantee he was wearing $7,000 worth of clothing.
No,
I swear to God.
knowing Jay, I don't know.
Bubba,
Maybe
his jeans.
that's where I'm taking Jay and the boys. Is it solving?
Solving? You're going to Solving?
Yeah, because they have have you ever been there? It's like a Danish town up north.
I don't see you as a
Yes, I have
Solving
been.
wine
It's
guy.
all Christmas. No,
I
for
think
Christmas,
I think it's
lit.
German,
Oh.
Bubba.
Is it German or Danish?
I think it's German. I've been there, and it's
Look,
basically like
Danish.
little Germany.
No, it says Danish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there, man. Solvang is interesting.
Looks fucking cute.
Yeah.
The boys will love it.
Yeah, it's
Little trinket shops.
Yeah, you'll go like this. You're gonna go.
Oh, okay. No, I like that stuff.
It's a little bit like the way I feel when I see fireworks, because we all had to go watch the fireworks, and it was like that, and I was like, okay.
Well, at least this you can walk around. I like
Yeah.
doing long drives.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Stroll around.
Stroll around.
What you bringing?
What am I taking up there? The excursion? Because we're loading up mother-in-law, father-in-law, Jay.
I rented an
Three
Excursion,
kiddos.
and it's a good car. When I was down in Florida, Excursion's an easy car to drive.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You didn't rent an excursion. I promise you didn't.
I did.
You didn't.
Let me just see
I
what it
guarantee
is.
you. Hey, here's the thing. They stopped making them in 2005. I guarantee you, a rental place, unless you got it off like with the the local market, like
No, I rented one.
Yeah.
An Excursion.
No, you didn't. Was that Expedition? Maybe.
Hey, what car did we rent?
The Tahoe?
You're an idiot.
Okay, thanks.
She goes, bye. Tahoe, bye.
Tahoe.
Yeah, like Enterprise or Hertz isn't renting excursions. Built 6.0 Power Stroke excursions.
Expedition.
It's
I was
20 years old.
I had a choice between a Tahoe and an Expedition.
Yeah, Tahoes are cool.
Excursion and
Tahoe.
Expedition.
Yeah, no,
my
they're not-
daughter's putting the full.
Fucking hell, bro. The small talk, like this shows on this. This shows on this. This shows like dying a small death, bro. Wow. This is dying. I don't know what this conversation is. You know what they should just do? They should just like get straight into the topics. They try and do this like small talk thing as a way to kind of seem like they are cool with each other. Hey man, just a couple of guys hanging out, old friends, catching up, clicking up. It's like you're not friends anymore. So let's pretend this LARP. Let's just, you know, get straight into the topics. And then use the topics as like sounding off balls to start talking. Because they both already look very tired. They look like they're ready to go home now. But they gotta like, you know, clock in and clock out. But it's like, brothers, come on man, let's just jump straight into it. Let's not fuck around and faff around. Let's just jump right into it. For the love of God.
Core press on me about cars.
Ooh, what did we decide
Let
about
Uncle
the
B
car?
help, dude. Let me look her up.
But Tesla 3s are leasing for $299 with like 0% APR.
How many miles down? Like
Really? You can get a Model 3 for $300 per month. God damn.
I think you have to put like $3,000 down.
It's like how many miles do you get?
Well, probably
10.
Yeah, you know, but that's not
Maybe.
bad.
Probably 5.
No,
I don't know. Tesla's okay.
I think it's 10. I think it doesn't go down to 5. But I mean,
You definitely want to lease it.
A 36-month lease. But I'm not getting my 16-year-old daughter a Tesla.
Yeah,
I'm opposed to it.
I know.
Why is that?
I told you this.
Putting the full court
But
press.
you're fucking.
Oh, because I guess he doesn't want her to get a Tesla because it's too shiny. It's too much of a brand new car, I'm guessing. Like, I've never understood people like this though, by the way. Maybe it's just me. Maybe because I've grown up broke and shit and poor, right? But like, if you have money and your kids grow up with you having money, what's the problem with just giving them stuff? You don't need to give them everything, but if they want something nice, denying him it just because you don't want them to be spoiled when they're already spoiled is such backwards thinking, no? Like you're trying to humble them by like not buying them things, but they've been going to private schools, they go on holidays, they always have the nice things on, you know? Like what is the difference between like paying for her tuition or covering her costs to go to boarding school or whatever, but then denying her a Tesla? Like, why? Like, I don't get it. How's that gonna be the one that's gonna like make her be a bit more appreciative? It's like, look, if the kid isn't appreciative, it's basically the parents' fault, isn't it, for not raising their kids right or for not instilling certain things in them. The damage has already been done, or whatever. Just get them the thing. Like, I don't get this like withholding shit, you know, as a means to teach someone. Let's she knows her dad's got money. That's why she's asking for a Tesla. Like, just get her the fucking Tesla. Like, what's the deal here?
Fucking crying over a convertible BMW. Teslas are more dangerous.
Well, they're sturdier though.
They're more dangerous.
You're saying because you just take liberties.
Everything.
Yeah.
They'll get liability too. You want to have car
By the way,
issues?
what's insurance going to cost me?
I wouldn't get her that. And they're fast. You don't want to have
They're
something
too fast.
fast.
They're too fast. She's a super cautious gal though.
It doesn't matter. That's capability. You never. She fucks up, floors it.
You're right, Bubba. You're right.
For your son, you give him a fucking F100 manual. Let him drop his nuts. Learn how to properly drive.
I like the manual. That's how I learned.
I know.
You think Brendan could drive manual? I don't know. There's part of me that thinks Brendan's not a good driver. So the fact that he's like talking with such bass in his voice about driving manual, I don't know if I believe it, bro. I don't know if I believe that Brendan's this like all-star manual driver. I don't know. Not sure I believe it.
No.
How you guys doing? How was your weekend? Let's take a little break. I want to talk about.
No. We're not doing that.
I heard that.
We're not doing that. Huckberry. Fuck Huckberry.
Outdoor
We're not doing that. Fuck Huckberry. Fuck Huckberry.
It was good. I got 2 of my
Okay, cool. What did you say? Oh,
check out their site and put down your own personal touch with Huckberry, dude. There's nothing better. Huckberry.com/fight.
Fuck Huckberry.
It was good. I got 2 of my best friends got engaged Saturday.
We met her one friend. Remember when we first met Sanaz?
Yeah.
Covina?
Chloe.
The British gal.
British gal.
So average on a Tesla 3 is $185 per month.
They stayed in that topic really quickly, innit? Fucking hell, mate. She just got started talking about her holiday weekend, and they switched up quickly.
All right. What do I know? What do I know?
$199 a month.
Did you
On the
watch
Cybertruck?
Did you watch the fights?
Of course. You didn't because you're doing a show, but we can pretend you did.
I did watch them though. I watched. I watched them after the fact, and I watched a lot of them because they were on the TV at Comedy Works, and then the only fight I missed was the last one, the
main
Buckley
event.
Colby one.
Oh,
I know, but I saw Cub Swanson, dude. He looks great.
Should retire, but yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like retire on top.
Yes.
2 wins in a row now.
Yeah, it's great. Get out.
But it's
you,
hard.
you
for
didn't see Colby though.
Man,
I love how Brendan is so quick to tell people to retire when he himself is still salty and sensitive about Rogan forcing him to retire. As a former fighter, that's a bit of a no-no, isn't it? No? Isn't that a bit of a no-no as a former fighter to tell other fighters to retire?
Man, I saw the highlights and I didn't want to see it. I just didn't want to see it because it looked brutal.
He got beat up. It was in a competition.
And I watched Buckley fight live against Wonder Boy.
Oh, it's
and
the camera.
he got the job done. But
I thought it was my monitor. I think Chin knocked the camera, innit? Look, I thought it was
I
my
watched
monitor.
Buckley fight live against Wonder Boy. And you got
I thought it was my monitor, but Chin knocked the camera.
It was in a competition.
and I watched Buckley fight live against Wonder Boy.
What was that earthquake? What was that? What happened there?
And I didn't want to see it. I just didn't want to see it because it looked brutal.
He got beat up. It was in a competition.
And I watched Buckley fight live against Wonder Boy, and
Kratom Quake, yeah, big old Super Jello.
he got the job done. But I don't know. I just thought Colby would out wrestle him.
No.
And this kid is a wrestler from Michigan.
No.
No?
He fights out of St. Louis. But
why
Buckley's a monster.
Monster, so strong.
And
and
like
young.
The strength difference. He's in his prime. Like Kobe would shoot.
prime.
He'd have good shot and just. I mean, not a prayer.
He wouldn't even sprawl. It looked like he was just putting.
No, he
his
was
arm
sprawling, but he was just
right,
like chucking him off.
and then beating him.
Kobe got beat up
in those exchanges. Just pop, 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 pop.
And Kobe has such a chin. There's one thing you can't take away from Kobe is his fucking chin. He's getting lit up.
What do you think it is? Just older, lack?
Yeah, dude. The same thing as you with these fucking kettlebells. Age, dude. And there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
It's just,
How old is
especially
Kobe?
with his style.
He's got a lot of miles on him.
36.
How old?
36.
Damn. How old is Buckley? 20 fucking
27,
6?
probably. But Kobe just has a lot of miles on him. It's just over, man. And in that division, you got to be ready to go.
What's 30?
Yeah, man.
26.
And he's so
Okay, cool.
strong. That kid is just.
And technical, like he's a top 5 guy. Yeah. Kobe's 36, a lot of miles, 2 years off. Like, it's a tough fight, man. I don't know what you do with him, He's going to have a training camp, campaigning for Trump. He's running with the whole thing. He's funny.
Well, I've seen him look a little harder physically, meaning his body.
Yeah, older, dude.
Right?
Older.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like he
older.
looked a little bit. I've seen him when he's in.
He took it on short notice.
Okay.
But
So there's a chance he wasn't training as much.
it doesn't matter.
Really?
It wouldn't matter.
You get to an age.
Give him the rules.
Yeah. He did have that. He had a broken foot for a
Yeah, King Bayu. I hate that we're forced to see Brian's feet put them dogs. Exactly, yeah. Like I say, it's just a lack of professionalism in it as well. It's like you put all the effort in to wear your jeans and your fucking stupid hoodie, drive to the fucking podcast studio. Just put on some shoes, man. No one wants to see your fucking stupid feet. Like, put on some shoes. Actually, put some effort into your bit of your appearance for the show. A little bit, a tiny bit of effort, man. Bare minimum, fucking Brian Callen, expecting the most out of life. Love it. Love to see it.
a long time, so he wasn't able to.
He broke his foot early in the Leon Edwards fight.
Yeah, and he was when I saw him, he came to my show in Miami. It was well after that, and he was still fucked up with his foot. His foot was like he was literally not
With
able.
his fighting style and his age, it's over.
Yeah.
Especially he wants to fight, those top 5 guys. Like, it's just not in the cards anymore, man. Those guys are killers. That young crop is so talented.
God damn.
Just how it goes. It's all good.
Yep.
He had a great career,
I thought the Dustin Jacoby, Vitor Petrino fight was. I did not see Jacoby beating him. Like it looked like. I mean, just that if
he was losing the whole fight.
Yeah, and Vitor's got a body on him.
That's what I said. First team all body.
Right, and just a tail piece looks like a different
neither
guy.
one of them a lot of volume, and then finally,
honestly,
Dustin was losing the whole fight.
That great to me.
That knockout was great though. But again, Jacoby was just waiting for the opportunity. Wasn't rush anything, and eventually it came. That's what his coach told him: be patient, don't rush. This guy hits too hard. Be patient. And then finally, just
that kid,
straight 1, 2.
Yeah, Manel Cap is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that kid's Angola.
Did you see that fight?
Yeah, he's good.
Fucking good.
As soon as a black guy gets mentioned, he goes super lukewarm on him. I love it. As soon as they mention the black guy, Brendan's face grimaces. He gets really angry. He gets really annoyed. Doesn't want to give the black guy any props. Meh. I love it.
Flyweight is 25.
Black guy, not so much.
Yeah, tiny guys.
Yeah, tiny. I didn't realize how small he was, but
He kept begging Dana for the title shot. Dana was like, "Enjoy your moment. We'll talk after, dude." The whole time he's like, "You're on TV."
Like Bisbing's like, "All right, you're on the phone."
I know. He's like,
and he was like, "One more thing." He's like, "No, I got it."
That's why Dana was like, "Dude, how about you go finish your job, enjoy your moment, and we'll talk after, dude." You also won 25.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's a good card.
Nice.
It's the last card of the year.
Nice.
You got Tyson fighting Usyk rematch this Saturday.
Oh, actually, I might do that. I might do a watch along for that. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a watch along for that. If you guys are around, we can hang out. I'll get some drinks in. We'll do a watch along for the fucking Usyk v Tyson Fury. Yeah, I don't really know much about boxing. Don't get me wrong, but I'll watch it with you guys. We'll do a little bit of a watch along thing for that. Yeah. Watch along for Tyson v Usyk. Yeah.
Usyk's a slight favorite. I think minus 150. He should be. I think he's the greatest to ever do it.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think he's incredible.
I'm rooting for Tyson though. Also, I was saying this on the shop show. If you're a conspiracy guy, you want to make total bank here. You want Fury to win this one, so the trilogy they make even more money. If it's 1-1, they make because if he beats him again, then it's over.
There's a lot of strong evidence, and there's some strong evidence that the reason Francis Ngannou went the distance with Tyson Fury is because it was planned that way.
Yeah, there's some people that say that, but still, who knows? Who knows? I think Tyson can put on a better performance. I just don't know if he has the skill to beat Usyk. He's so fucking good.
I mean, Usyk is
so goddamn
a wizard.
Good. Dude, and the promo they're doing for this build-up, that's what's crazy you didn't realize this Saturday. The promo they're doing for it
that was
might be the best I've ever seen.
That promo is the greatest
I sent it to you and Rogan. It's so good.
Unbelievable. We should watch that.
Hey, that's what Rogan mentioned. We don't get them anymore. We don't mention anymore. Get the Rogan. No, I'll be here. I'll do it. Big up two souls. I'll be here. I'll do a watch along. I could probably go to a pub and do like a proper live one, innit? So I could watch it. I think my streams always. But no, boxing streams. I lie. Boxing streams don't usually go down as much as MMA streams, do they? My boxing streams don't go down as much as MMA streams, so yeah, it should be fine. I'll find a stream, and I'll do it. I'll definitely do it for Tyson Fury Usyk. Oh yeah, I need to start doing more sports watch alongs anyway. I'll do that. 100%. I'll do that.
We can't.
But it'll be on the Taz channel. It won't be on here. It'll be on the Taz channel just to get that bit up and running as well.
Get flagged, right?
That's so good.
So good.
That must have been so expensive. It's a movie. It's basically a movie.
But the Saudis, they have all the fucking money. They don't give a fuck.
That's right.
They have all the money. They don't care.
Saudi.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, I think Usyk. Like somebody was breaking down like how he fights, and they were showing like the traps he uses against Anthony Joshua. It's so high level shit. It's just high
highest.
math. It's the highest. It's the highest.
He's the best.
Those Russians,
The highest, the bestest, the greatest. He's the best. He's the beast.
Ukrainians, or that system, they are scientists.
The best.
They
The
figured
best.
out sport, man.
The highest.
Oh,
the
dude,
best.
explain the drone thing to me. What's going on there?
Well, it's interesting. So what they
Can I get before you get into it?
Yeah.
Can I tell you? Our government knows what they are.
Yes,
If
100%.
if they didn't, they would shoot them down. There's a reason they're not shooting them down.
Hold on. So you ask him to tell you, but then you know everything that's going on. Why are you asking him to tell you then?
They're behind it.
Yes.
It's some testing that they're doing.
Exactly.
That's it.
So
It's not
here's-
aliens.
No, 100% not.
Yeah, big up David Smith. He keeps pushing his tongue against the inside of his cheek, and it's mad. Yeah. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's like a consequence of all the drugs and the prescription things and whatever he's doing, or if it's just like a redact tick that he's doing, or maybe it's a coping mechanism someone's told him to do in case he wants to interrupt. So anytime he wants to interrupt, I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, I've noticed that too.
So my problem with what's going on with the drones, this is obviously something's going on national security wise.
Okay.
Whether or not they're looking for some radiation material, okay, that's the scary scenario. Something's going on, but it is obviously our intelligence agencies.
In New
The
Jer- why New
problem
Jersey
is
be?
almost always,
Sorry.
because that might be where the threat is, right? That might be where they're picking up some kind of radioactive material, energy.
Could it be a nuclear bomb?
They don't know. It's pretty scary, but they don't know. But they're not talking. My issue is this.
Why are they sending him into Temecula?
Let him finish his thought, for fuck's sake, bro.
There may very well be.
God almighty.
May very well be intelligence that something is not good going
Shut
on,
the fuck
and they're
up.
trying to figure it out. Now, here's why I think that's the case.
Yes, cool.
Typically, when the military runs an exercise
Uh-huh.
like this, like it could be, when
They give them a heads up,
They
right?
let local law enforcement know, and they let the governor of that state know that they're doing things. So people.
What's the
don't go
benefit
nuts.
of not giving people a heads up?
So the benefit, there's no benefit
To not
necessarily.
freak people out?
Unless
But couldn't
it's
you
so
tell?
sensitive.
Could you tell the governor like,
Interrupting
hey, we're just running some standard testing. Don't be alarmed. Even if they should be alarmed, but just so they don't sound the alarm, shouldn't they give them a heads up? Going, we're running the standard drone testing.
They always do, and that's why this is unique. So there are two scenarios. One, this administration doesn't tell anybody anything. Like this government, this administration has gotten in the habit of saying nothing to anyone.
The worst.
And I mean, Biden just will stop talking to the American people, and has done that through his whole thing. Yeah. We also know that they were hiding very, very actively his complete senility. Of
course. Sharp as attack.
Yeah, sharp as attack. Yeah, right. So we've been gaslit by this administration.
Get
This is
it,
kind
we
of
get
new,
it, we
where
get it.
it's kind of been okay to
Oh,
step
yeah,
out of the
you hate
game.
fucking
But
Biden.
The other thing is,
Move
it's
on.
so sensitive. It's so sensitive.
They don't want alarmists.
It's a matter of such national security that they don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
And these
Okay.
are not drones. They're pretty almost positive that
They're like little
manned.
planes,
They're
right?
manned.
Man.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's fucking.
What?
It's
alarming.
It's alarming. And there's also an Air Force base in Jersey where they were. Like there's a secretive. So I don't know, man. I think it's really, really.
Rogan posted this guy. Go to Rogan's Twitter. He
This is
reposted this
information,
video. He
what?
goes, I was
Yeah, that's the guy.
He
who
goes,
said
I was scared 'cause
they
this
might
guy-
be looking for radioactive. Right?
like nuclear
Anything
bombs,
more
right?
information, or is this it? Is this the information we're going to get from these guys when it comes to this
Yeah.
sort of shit?
That's always been the fear, is that this technology is making it so you can miniaturize nuclear weapons and then detonate them.
This guy.
Yeah.
So Rogan put, this is the first video about these drones that has got me genuinely concerned. So it says CEO of drone manufacturing company that has government contracts gives interesting take on what's happening in New Jersey.
Interesting.
That's 10 minutes.
It's too long.
Yeah, I watched it.
No, wasn't he saying like we?
But this isn't where I got my info
It's
from.
10
I got my
minutes, it's
info
too
from
long.
also some
Oh, these
some
guys, man.
journalists
These
at
fucking guys.
Commentary Magazine that were
It's
talking
too
about this,
long.
who follows.
Yeah, but this guy would know too. But so he was saying.
So what? So did he? Do you think Brendan watched the video, or did he just take Rogan's word for the caption? Taking word for it. He didn't actually watch the video. He saw Rogan retweeted what he retweeted, and he retweeted it, but he didn't actually listen to what the guy had to say. Brilliant.
Could be nuclear bombs that we lost.
Well, or that were planted there. There's a lot of, remember, Ukraine is at war right now. There's a lot of fissile material. So you can take a nuclear rod like just a spent nuclear rod that you would use, for example, uranium rod
Okay.
that you use in a diagnostic machine like a CAT scan, okay? Or an MRI, I should say, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
And I think CAT scan. And you can detonate.
Doesn't matter
If you
really, just
detonate
continue.
that over like a city, like Jersey, you have to evacuate literally like a 10-mile radius, maybe even more. So you would have to literally
Does it
shut
hurt
down.
anybody?
Yes, because the radiation
Over time.
would make that area inhospitable. So think about
So
this.
if you release it over
Newark,
New
New
York-
Jersey
if you
would
Shut
not be
up, man. Stop
inhabitable
interrupting him.
for 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
That's the worry. Like the amount of
So
economic
if someone got a
disruption.
hold of that and did over New York City, like Times
It'd be a
Square, you'd have to
fucking-
get out.
It would be an absolute disaster. So when people talk about getting rid of the Department of Energy, the Department of Energy has scientists in it. So do you ever wonder why? Like people are like, what if somebody lets off a nuclear bomb at the Super Bowl at this game? They have scientists at every portal with Geiger counters, with things that can pick up radiation. They do that.
To see if it's even close.
Yes, and the Department of Energy has scientists that are responsible for keeping track of all the weapons-grade uranium all over the world. It's a fucking serious...
What is this podcast, man? Can we make some jokes, please, about this? Can we make some jokes about these planes, these little mini planes, as Brendan calls them, these drones? Can we make any jokes about them dropping off shit somewhere or something? Can we make some jokes, some LOLs, something? Because you're not a news source. We don't give a fuck. Please, just make some jokes. Make some LOLs about this, a little bit, please.
job. There are a lot of nuclear physicists that are doing quiet work that we don't
We're
even know
not to
about.
inform the American people.
It's the biggest worry that we have. The biggest worry
Because
we have.
already people are skeptical of the government at an all-time high, and then this just adds to it. It's like,
there are two things where
I love this fake concern about the American people they have as well, by the way. I love this fucking fake concern. The American people, yeah. They care more about you, the regular American person out there, yeah. Okay, comedians. Okay. Comedians have your best interests at heart. Comedians.
worried about the miniaturization of nuclear weapons, because creating a nuclear reaction is getting easier and easier, and the information is
AI.
out there with AI.
Yeah.
Number two, creating a chemical weapon using
Why is Brendan saying yeah like he knows?
AI with just the chemicals in your garage. Number three, CRISPR-Cas9, which is editing the genes of bacteria and virus to make them insanely deadly.
Yep.
And that could unleash, a plague that makes,
What? Say.
fucking the bubonic plague. Yeah. Those are real issues that our government is working on all the time.
Isn't it a little scary too when Donald Trump is saying the drones aren't the enemy, guys. Don't worry about it. The military knows what's happening, but we don't really need to get into it. I feel like that's the part that's kind of
But that's what
alarming
you
me.
say. See, that's what you say when there's a situation like that. You let the president know, and the president.
Yo, big up Asadaziz, appreciate you,
From
bro.
comedy podcast to weapons grade
Yeah, you made
uranium
him.
podcast. Bri the science guy.
Thank you. Yeah, he learned all this from the University of Afghanistan. That's where he learned all of this from the University of Afghanistan. You know? Yo, big up Asadaziz.
President says,
Oh,
"Hey,
no,
this is
Nothing to worry about.
This is our
Nobody should be
intelligence
alarmed.
effort." Yeah.
This is our intelligence looking
Here's
into
what you
it.
should be
Don't worry.
worried about. Here's what.
So it's okay for Donald Trump to basically not say anything by saying don't worry about it, but it's not okay when Biden doesn't say anything at all. Cool.
What they just are realizing. Do you know that in all these AI labs where they're working on, these are American labs working on the most secretive AI, right? Creating like these quantum computers and all this stuff. We hire Chinese nationals. And a lot of them, a lot of the people
You get
are
the
there.
intel and dip
Half
out?
of them are foreign born in our fucking in our AI labs. This is according to
AI labs?
some people that have done this real research and are in the labs. Check it out.
Cool.
How the fuck and anybody will tell you that anybody who's a Chinese national is an asset to the Chinese Communist Party. Because if you're a Chinese national, you're giving them information. You're not telling their government.
You see how
you're
much
not,
land the Chinese own?
Yeah, you're 100% a fucking operative. How are we letting these people in the labs? I don't care how good they are. This is why China is stealing all of our AI, and we're in a major race.
In a
with
race,
that.
yeah.
And we can't lose that race.
Apparently we're beating them though.
Yeah, because but they steal everything we make. They can do it really quickly.
Brian hates the Chinese now. They're stealers. They're thieves. They're joke thieves. They're stealing all our jokes, stealing all our material.
So I don't know, man. It's a problem.
I'll stress me out. Let's change the subject.
Let's change the subject. What were you gonna say?
Did you guys watch football Thursday? Brendan watched the most boring game of his life.
I didn't see it.
What was I doing Thursday? Yeah, I texted you. I'm like, holy shit, because I haven't watched an entire NFL game this year. It's so boring to me. NFL's so fucking weak this year.
Wow. This year, I personally think Brendan hasn't watched an NFL entire game for many years. I don't think this is the first year. I think for many years, this man has not watched a single full NFL game. I don't believe it. I don't believe this man sits there and watches NFL games. I don't believe it. He doesn't have the attention span. He doesn't have the patience. And also, you can tell by how he speaks about football. You can tell he doesn't watch it. Given how he speaks about football, you can tell how he doesn't watch it. He just follows the certain accounts online, has maybe a basic understanding about the game, and then regurgitates most of the talking points people have during the week and debates about that. He doesn't actually watch anything. Yo, big up.
This is racist AF. How are you letting these Chinamen in our laps?
Exactly.
I wonder how he feels about blacks and Hispanics in America.
Exactly.
Maybe Arabs in the Middle East.
Exactly. Christian man, innit? Christian blood clot man. Big up Asada Aziz. Appreciate you.
And I was like, all right, let me tune in the Rams, Niners. Dude, it was all field goals. It was so boring. Even John Gruden came on and goes, they should get rid of Thursday Night Football. It's the worst football I've ever seen.
Not only like
why is Thursday night bad?
Bullshit team.
So hear me out here. The Niners are a team that are in complete
injury
disarray.
bound.
But look, hold on. They have two players on their team.
Oh, come on. I like that. Because she knows more, they have to kind of shut the fuck up. Go on, Sinners.
Lost their kid at 1 year old. The other one's wife delivered a stillborn. I can't imagine what the energy in the locker room is.
Who was that? Who lost their child?
I'd have to.
Joey Bosa's been hurt all year. Christian McCaffrey's out for the season.
So the season is
Purdy was
it's
injured.
a mess in there. Okay, it was Trent Williams, and he had the stillborn baby.
He's also the best offensive tackle in the league.
But then you get a guy like Devondre Campbell, who's taken a roster spot, who in the middle of the game
Refuses to play.
goes, you know what?
I don't want to play.
You know what they said? So they suspend him 3 games.
Good.
They're saying he's kind of fucked because they'll release him after this. No one's gonna want to play with him.
Who wants that cancer?
Why did he do that?
Because they were losing and they suck this year.
Dude,
You don't get to get up and just leave.
But dude, think about that guy. How talented he is. Since he was a kid, his goal is to get to the NFL.
Okay.
Now you've shot yourself in the foot. Literally shot yourself in the foot, and no one's gonna want to play with you because you gave up on your team. I've never seen it happen ever in professional sports.
Never.
Ever. You're fucked, dude.
And what did you do to your team, dude?
And even
The
Kittle.
players were pissed. They were interviewing other players, and they
dude,
were like,
and
that
you know-
wasn't right.
That guy gave up on his team like Brendan gave up on his stand-up comedy dreams.
And most NFL guys are quiet on that stuff. Even Kittle, they ask him.
Actually, should I move the chat a little bit so you can see Sainaz and fucking Chin? Let me move the chat a little bit here. Because Sainaz is yapping away. She's getting involved. So let me move the chat slightly so you can see Sainaz's face. Let's put it in the middle like we did last time. Well, let me just put it up here. I covered Brendan's face in. Let's put it here. Just put it here. Put it here a bit. That won't cover Brendan's face. So you can see the lovely Sainaz and Chin.
He goes, I don't want him in my locker room. That's the heart of the team. You're fucked, dude. Anywhere you go, you're that guy now. You're fucked.
Yeah, that's
your entire life. You built for this moment, and
that
you
is
fucked
a
yourself.
huge mistake. The only thing he can do is learn from his mistake. He may not play next year, probably. Is he really good though?
He's not. He's just a guy. I mean, he's in the NFL, so he's fucking good. But compared to the others, he's a guy.
Remember how good Allen Iverson was?
Yeah.
But when Allen Iverson was a cancer, nobody wanted him.
Yeah.
Like, that's the situation you're happening here.
So you think will he be playing next year?
I don't know what team would want him.
Be
He
tough.
might be a.
They might bring him.
Will he get kicked off the 49ers?
He'll be cut from the 49ers. Yeah, that locker room isn't going to have it. The team.
Oh, is it? Did I not do it? Whoopsie. My bad. Whatever, on screen. Whoopsie.
Team would do it. The team would be like,
Wow.
we can't work with him.
The
He's
locker
fucked.
room's already going through so much, like he said, with injuries and the
And this
players'
fucking
kids
guy
dying.
walks off.
Like, get out of
Big
here, bro.
They're screwed.
You don't deserve to be here. You took another person's spot. There's another dude that would have sat there and ate that shit all day.
Yeah, I watched my first NFL game. I watched a ton of college ball, and then Travis Hunter won the Heisman. CU buff, second buff to win it. Rashawn Salam won the first, right? Travis Hunter, best college football player.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah, you never heard of him. That's
Quarterback?
all right. Nope.
What is he?
Played every snap at offensive receiver and defense. Won the best, won the Blitkoff Award and the Thorpe Award, so it goes to best receiver in college football, best defensive back in
see
college
him?
football.
Yeah, this is actually a current event too, but
He's not a big guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he was the one who was talking about his dad and he was crying.
Yep, his dad couldn't come. You know what's crazy
What
is
happened,
he's
though?
really
Did he-
close with Leister. He lives with Leister in the offseason.
He does?
Yeah, he fishes. He's a big fisher.
Wow. Yeah, and he's just
His
a freak.
his girlfriend.
He's a
man.
wide receiver and a corner. I mean, come on.
What about his girlfriend?
He plays two positions.
His
That's
girlfriend's getting
insane.
so much backlash
Why?
right now.
I'll just play the video for you, Brian, and then you go ahead and. So this is when he wins.
And she's getting lit up, dude.
So she's right here.
She refuses to stand. She's the only one that didn't stand. So people are like, what the fuck?
So Dion touches her to get up.
That's her?
Yeah, that's her.
Well, she's probably embarrassed. She doesn't want to make it about herself, you know? It's a lot there. Like, you're like, I don't know what I do, you know? It's the first time she's been in that situation.
You're such a cuck. Dude, if I won a fucking Heisman and my family, if everyone stands up, my girl refuses to stand up.
Get
my
out.
dad
Well,
has.
it's not that she, again, these cucks, it's not about being cucks. I think she's just young. Most young people, I don't think, know anything about when someone walks into a room, you stand up and shake their hand. I don't think most kids do that. They just sit there and you have to kind of bend over and touch their hand. They just don't know much about that type of like the way you carry yourself or having manners or anything. It's just not something they're taught. And maybe sometimes you need to get taught. Who knows if you should or you shouldn't. But I don't think that was her reflection of her just not giving a fuck or whatever. I just think she's a kid, innit? And kids just don't do that sort of stuff. They just don't. And to be fair as well, nobody else in that room stood up. Apart from when, obviously, maybe it's different because it's the families of the people waiting in a crowd. So maybe the other families aren't going to stand up for you. But it's not like everybody stood up. Do you know what I mean? The adults did. They knew the assignment. But not everybody was stood up. And I think, I don't know. I think it's got blown out of proportion, personally. It's not that big of a deal.
He stood
My
up.
dad has to go, hey, get the
No,
fuck
sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's like, oh.
Really? How many times you won the
What do I
Heisman?
do? I was a really good athlete
Yeah, I know.
in high school.
Isn't that crazy? And but then that started, which whatever, all right. Yeah, maybe she was confused, which
Yeah.
is lame. But then he's doing a signing, and she starts saying like, oh, how long am I going to be here? Like she's giving an attitude, and she's just
So this is completely wrong, by the way, right? This is completely wrong because we now have confirmation that she didn't, or not confirmation, but yeah, kind of confirmation that she didn't actually say what they think she said, basically. So it's all kind of made up.
this poor girl. She's new. She didn't ask for this. The internet is destroying this poor girl. So Travis Hunter, who does, what the young kids does, he gets on the internet. He's doing like a stream. He's like, y'all need to back up, man. Like my girl was supporting me because some of my family's going back to the hotel. She goes, I have to stay here or something. He's like, it's taken out of context. You guys are just looking for clickbait. He goes, she drank herself to sleep crying.
Aw.
He's like, she didn't deserve any of this.
No, she doesn't. She's probably somebody who feels very uncomfortable in the limelight. That's what it looks like to me. Like there's a lot.
Exactly.
Some people are just like, I know
For
people.
For once, Brian's talking sense here. She does look very uncomfortable, almost socially awkward, and it's a lot to deal with. The guy's gonna be clearly a future Hall of Famer. He's getting so much attention. He's also a very personable, nice, happy-go-lucky type of dude, and she's not. You're always going to look like a bit of a monster standing next to somebody like that because he's so charming and so, easy to talk to and hang out with and say hi to. Of course, you're going to look like a dragon when you don't smile that much and you also look like you don't want to be there. It kind of is what it is, but I think people are blowing this stuff way out of proportion, personally.
Well, you know, who don't. I have family members who just any of that, they'd be like, oh, they just don't want to. They're like, it's not my moment, you know. And I have family members that would not stand up because they don't want to make a scene. I know people who do that.
Exactly.
So she's excused.
But not standing up, you're making a scene.
But then she stood up.
Because someone's doing
Dion
this
told
to
her to.
I know, but I mean,
you're making it awkward.
Hey, B, I'm with you. Stand the fuck up.
Yeah.
If I win the Heisman,
yeah,
everyone else stands up.
Yeah. Sure.
It's not that big.
I'd be
of a deal.
furious.
It's not that big. Of a
But
deal. It's
again,
not that big of a deal.
whatever. Then him at the signing, her giving him some attitude. I'm like, oh, this poor girl.
Yeah. She's getting internet savvy.
Oh,
bro. That's a crash course on internet.
Or she just is like,
protocol.
fuck this.
Yeah, it can happen too.
Also, yeah. And
You get
it's-
insecure because your
also-
man's everything, and he's probably getting a lot of attention. And she's like, well, he's
You're literally dating the best college football player on the planet, and he'll be a top 3 pick.
Jesus, he's that good.
Yeah, he's a beast.
And yeah, wow, it's cool.
That poor girl, though. When I saw Travis, like, she drunk herself to sleep. You guys need to stop. I'm like, oh, dude, they're just going to continue.
Also, that's not
if
good
they know
either.
they're
Don't be
affected.
drinking yourself to sleep.
I know. Well, she's young. She's never dealt with it. She didn't sign up for this. You're also dating, or you're engaged to fucking Travis Hunter, girl.
Yeah.
Stand up.
It's kind of a big deal.
Stand up.
You got Lil Wayne next to you, for God's sakes. And Deion Sanders, stand the fuck
Lil
up.
Wayne was next to him?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Stand the fuck up.
I mean, and like literally, the guy's like a dual athlete. Like he plays 2 positions.
So, like, his
pretty big
stats
deal.
compared to, like, Charles Woodson, who won the Heisman, like, David Boston receiver, like, not even close.
Really?
Not even close.
Just what is it? Just speed and everything else.
Yeah, man, he's good.
He's like a Randy Moss or something.
We'll get to
No.
him.
No.
Yeah, I know it's a bummer. What is he? What is he? What is the other position on defense he plays?
Corner.
Corner.
But remember, Charles Woodson was like a 2-way player,
Mm-hmm.
but he played a fraction of plays that, like, Travis.
Do you remember there was a time when Brendan wouldn't let them talk this long about sports because he felt like it would bore the audience, and because he felt like people would want to only hear his opinions on sports, on what's it called, for below the belt and stuff. Now they have these full-on sports breakdown type of conversations just because they have nothing to talk about. Just because they have nothing to talk about, they sit here and try and pretend to talk about sports. It's like, bruh, can we make this funny a little bit? Can we maybe have some jokes, please? Can we do that? Is that possible? Can we do some semblance of a joke, please? For the love of God.
Plays every single play. It's never been done before.
What was the stat? Like how many plays a game he had? Like it was something stupid.
It's wild.
Like,
It's
stupid.
the shape he has to be in is nuts.
Just a freak.
Nuts.
What supplements is he on? Right.
That's just called genetics.
Yeah.
It's called
Yeah. He's
being
a freak.
gifted with everything. Some people are just gifted. Tall? How tall is he?
No, not tall. Not tall at all.
Doesn't look very big at all.
No. It'd be interesting to see what they do in the NFL with him because you draft him as a.
Didn't you just say he was tall? They say he's not big at all. Look at that's cocky. Look at Brian immediately fucking tuck and tail. Tall? He wasn't tall at all. Oh, so he's not tall.
Just called genetics.
Yeah.
It's called
Yeah.
being
He's a freak.
gifted with everything. Some people are just gifted. Tall? How tall is he?
No, not tall. Not tall at all.
Doesn't look very big at all.
No. It'd be interesting.
You said he was tall. Then Brendan said no. Then you said, yeah, it doesn't look that big at all. What is it, mate? Make your mind up.
Just see what they do in the NFL with him because you draft him as a corner or receiver. You know, because you're not going to be able to do both ways. Like,
Both are very
Champ
valuable.
Bailey did both, but receivers make more money.
Corners get paid a lot though.
Sure, everyone gets paid a lot.
No,
Receivers-
corners. I thought corners got paid more than receivers.
No,
Really?
no.
Because a corner arguably might be more valuable in some ways.
Interesting take.
See who makes more, receivers or corners. Let's take a break because I need some auto parts.
Yeah, we need to take a break from this entire show, man. Because Jesus Christ, this is bullshit. Let's get past this O'Reilly Auto Parts
Right.
advert, Progressive advert. We don't want to hear that either.
Insurance company affiliate. You could say
Actually, let's hear him say this advert, because I want to compare this to what Chael Sonnen did. Let's actually listen to this advert.
Comprehensive and
Let's actually hear this ad read for Progressive. Let's hear this ad read for
Sure,
Progressive. Bear with me 1 second. I just want to hear this ad read. Let's see how
Friendly,
it
they can
compares to what Chael did.
super knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly
What
Auto
if I want
Parts.
to do it myself?
They got you, dude.
Do I have to go in the store? Or can I do it online?
Whatever you want,
What?
dude. Both. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'Reilly.
Both.
Online.
Whatever you want,
What?
dude. Both. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them.
In the store? Can I do it online?
Whatever you want,
What?
dude. Both. Stop by
Both.
O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit
Both.
them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Look, Fighter and Kids brought to you by Progressive
let's
Insurance,
hear
okay?
this, let's hear this,
Sometimes
let's hear
multitasking can be, what's the word? Oh, yeah, overwhelming.
Dude, but then again, sometimes multitasking is super easy. Like getting a quote from Progressive Insurance. They do the hard work of comparing rates so you find a great rate that works just for you.
Even if it's not for them,
Yeah,
with
dude.
them, by the way.
Give their nifty comparison tool a try.
It sounds like he's actually trying to listen and to say it actually looks like he's concentrating, actually trying to read it properly. I wonder if they've got given notes that they have to actually put some effort into the ads. This sounds better than what they usually do, isn't it? Or am I mistaken? It sounds like he's actually trying to actually read it properly. Huh. Maybe someone threatened to leave. Maybe an ad threatened to drop them if they don't fix up the fucking ad reads and stop marble mouthing their way through.
You might just find getting a rate and coverage you deserve is super easy.
You just go to Progressive's website, get a quote with all the coverages you want, like comprehensive and collision.
Yeah, big up Assad disease.
Chael Sonnen with 3x the amount of pro fights as Baba and none of the CTE.
And he also took a lot of damage, innit? True. Chael also took a lot of damage. He went in some wars. That's a very, very good point, Assad disease. Exactly. He fought some super high level people too. Went in some wars. And still doesn't have as much CT as Brendan. That's hilarious.
Coverage or personal injury protection. Then you'll see Progressive's direct rate, and their tool will provide options from other companies all lined up and ready to compare, so it's simple to choose the rates and coverage you like.
Get a quote at Progressive.com. Join over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive Insurance. Enjoy.
See page notes for
Corners and
details.
centers and quarterbacks are the highest paid.
Quarterback and left tackle.
No, left tackle.
Right.
Centers aren't even
Thanks to Lawrence Taylor.
You could say who gets paid the highest by position in the NFL.
It's quarterback and then left tackle, right?
Yes.
Wide receivers in the NFL are generally paid more than cornerbacks. The average salary for a wide receiver is over $35 million per season.
Hold on, that's B. So just to educate you, just so we sound like we know what we're talking about. So
although Jalen Ramsey makes $24 million.
And so he's the highest paid. The average receiver makes $35 million.
Oh my God.
Hey, look at me.
What?
Hey, look at me. Will you shut the fuck up for a little bit?
Jesus.
Yeah. It's not
So
even
you
close.
want to be a fucking receiver.
It just depends what you want to do. But then also, there's guys, that would go both ways in the NFL. There's guys who've done it before.
Well,
both.
It's being
It's
a
too
cornerback. There's so
tough.
much pressure on you. I mean, there's more pressure.
He's in the NFL, man. God damn it, dude.
See how much centers are paid.
Don't waste your time, Jim.
So left tackles are the ones that make the crazy money, right?
Don't waste your time.
This year, Bosa, who's an edge rusher, he came in second. I think he had like $34 million.
Yeah, Bosa signed a big boy deal.
Yeah, he was right
Bosa?
under Joe Burrow.
Oh, Joe Burrow's fucking awesome. but-
Get out of here.
I mean, he's awesome. You gotta love him. He's tough as shit. Gets hit every play. He's
Stop
a beast. He's a beast. Your boy Justin fell short. Huh? I'm sorry about that.
Why do you have to bring things like that up?
I'm saying, babe, he kind of
Why do you
fell
have to bring
short.
things like that? I'll have everyone know that I'm in the quarterfinals for my fantasy football team league, though, so I'm doing okay.
Well, who's your pick for the Super Bowl? Is it Kansas City, Detroit?
Get out of here. Detroit.
The Eagles look great.
Bills.
Bills look good.
Bills. So the Eagles.
I like how she talks so combatively about football, as if they know what she's talking about, or as if they get the passion, or they understand. They don't really understand. They don't really know. There's no skin in the game for them. They don't really watch football like that.
No, not the Eagles.
They beat the Steelers.
Wow.
The Eagles are. What are the Eagles right now? They haven't lost in 10 games.
I'm telling. It's going to be Detroit and Bills.
Fuck, dude.
What do you mean?
I'd almost you rather talk UFC.
But the Eagles are doing really
yeah,
well.
they're good. They're good, man.
You got the Eagles. You got the Bills over the Eagles.
Yeah, maybe. Fuck, dude.
They beat the Steelers.
Hey, this is casual NFL talk.
I follow a little football.
Senators make so much money,
The
dude.
San Diego Chargers are doing great.
Well, I didn't say that. I said they lost. They got mollywopped.
It's the casual and the fighter.
What do you mean?
I mean,
I'm talking football, man.
Kind of, dude.
I'm spitballing right here. What
Yeah, I
the
know,
fuck is
dude.
wrong? Talking about cornerbacks, wide receivers.
I know.
The guy that hasn't watched a full game this season in probably many years is taking. It's like, bro, like, yeah, this pod, man.
Salaries, centers are the
You'd make
leaders.
a great corner.
I would.
I bet you could backpedal like a mother.
I'm
All right,
just
Chin,
a
get me
little
out
too
of here.
small.
What do you got?
A little too small.
He
Short.
doesn't like it anymore.
Give me
I'm a
out.
little too slow. It's a little too slow.
Okay.
I have a short femur
Jen,
bone.
what do you got?
You want to go?
I'll go first. Haters are gonna say this video's fake, but look what this kid did on his first try at a soccer game.
It's paper airplane. For the listeners, the paper. It's a young. Looks like he's 14.
Okay, Brendan, for the listeners. So Brendan tried to do the same thing that Rogan does. For the people listening, you didn't describe it. You just said for the listeners. It's a paper airplane. What do you do? Can you describe what's happening on the screen, please? For the listeners. One more moment. If you can't, if you're visually impaired, let me describe it for you.
It's paper airplane. For the listeners, the paper. It's a young. Looks like he's 14.
For the visually impaired. For the visually impaired.
Looks like he's 14.
For the visually impaired.
At
For
a
the
soccer
visually
game.
impaired.
It's paper airplane. For the listeners, the paper. It's a young. Looks like
Paper
he's
airplane?
14.
Oh, sorry. You can't even see it. You can't even see what's happening on the screen. So let me move the chat again. You can't see what's happening on the screen. So let me move the chat again. Oh my god. For Actually, let me make it this size so you can see it, and then I'll move the. Let me not make it full screen, and this should work now. If I just make it that size, it should be okay. Yeah, there we go. And I'll put maybe the chat over here. Yep, there. That works. Just don't make it full screen. It should be okay. Boom.
Looks like he's 14.
Wait.
Where did it go?
Wait.
Oh, I see it. Oh, it's fake for sure. That's not how.
No!
That's fake for sure. That's not how planes fly.
That's not how planes fly. How do you know how planes fly? Paper planes. That's not how paper planes fly. What?
No, it might be real.
Chin.
I think that's real.
That's not how paper planes fly.
You also thought Connor was Popeye, remember?
Chin.
No, this is real.
I'd have to look at it more.
What do you think? It looks pretty fake. Just because the planes don't fly like that.
I'm gonna say
they
it's
don't
fake,
fly.
but
They
it
don't.
looks
They
fake.
never stagnate like this. Like that.
No,
When it's going
it
like
made a
this,
turn.
they go like this.
Yeah, it rode the winds.
Yeah, they don't.
That's,
go like
that's
this.
not how chains,
Nah, winds
planes
change.
fly.
I call bullshit.
Okay.
Fact check.
Yeah, you're right. Big up Izanella, hair up. Yeah, she's not gonna stop putting her hair up now, innit? Whoever the guy was that told her that she looked fucking incredible with her hair up, has really gassed her, innit? She's never gonna have her hair down again, innit? She's got her hair up all the time now. Whoever told her in the bar that she looks amazing with her hair up has really gave her a new lease of life. She's loving the hair up now.
It's real.
That's 2022.
I don't care. It's still cool.
No, I think it's true.
Thank you.
Yeah. It just took on a different trajectory.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think she looks as cute with her hair up. I'm not going to lie. I think that guy was gassing. I think she looks way better with her hair down, personally. I think when her hair is up, you see more of, like, not to be mean, but I think when her hair's up, you see more of her features. Like, her face is a bit more, it gets, you know what I mean? But I think when the hair's down, it kind of softens her face a little bit. I think when the hair's up, it kind of like, you know. But anyway, whatever. She feels nice. Now she's got her hair up, so more power to her.
Misleading.
It says misleading. Running reverse image search of video keyframes was traced by YouTube Shorts video dated June. Yeah, it's fake, dude.
Yeah, they just probably modified it through, just software.
But
that- that was pretty
this is
damn
what they
good.
do it for. This guy.
Hold on.
Look at his face.
No, I don't think it. Hold on. Hey, go back.
Back up.
No, I mean, let me read that.
Newspaper
is this
fact
the
check.
same one, though?
It's the same exact video.
Okay. Go up, please.
This way?
No, the other way. Please.
That's down then, Brian.
Sorry.
Oh, Chin getting touchy. That's up. Oh, Chin. Chin does not like it when they tell him. Chin has a thing about when they tell him to like click things. I don't know if it's like he doesn't like being told, or because he hates how they make him look dumb when he's not. But he has a very he gets very touchy about it, I've noticed. When click, bro, that's what you're meant to be doing. He gets very he's very thin. I don't know how to describe it. He's very sensitive about that sort of shit. Wow. Chin does not fuck with him and Brian have a weird thing, innit?
Newspaper
is
fact
this the
check.
same one, though?
It's the same exact video.
Okay. Go up, please.
This way?
No, the other way. Please.
That's down then, Brian.
Sorry.
This way, he kind of baited Brian. Brian took the bait. He kind of baited him.
Go up, please.
This way?
No, the other way. Please.
That's down then, Brian.
Sorry. As per the description, the video dated June. No, this is a different one, right?
No, it's same video, bub.
Yeah, there.
That's it right there.
There we go. Hold on. Also, we came across a new report viral video of old clip of fans scoring incredible airplane goal.
Keep going down, Tim.
According to the article, it was filmed during the.
Keep going down, Tim.
It's just misleading. So you probably just edited after it didn't fly in there.
Yeah, he just edits so it looks like he scores the goal. The way it's moving and the way it looks, it's fake, guys.
Yeah, it's so funny.
You guys get it.
Okay.
You guys.
Meaning them, not you and me, Jim.
Gotcha.
All right. Here's another one.
Fun clip, though.
Yeah, it's good.
Here's another one. This gentleman, Marnie Max, one-armed, KO'd someone in an MMA fight. And we got great footage of it. This happened in Brazil.
Max!
Oh, boy.
How embarrassing is it for the other dude?
Just circle to the right, bud.
It rocked him, man. He felt it. Oh! Marvin Max! Man, look at this.
Damn, he hit him with a nub, too.
Yeah.
So my question is...
There's a legit fighter in Bellator, though, with one arm. Like, tough guy.
Right, so there's one in Bellator.
Yeah, well,
would
used to
Dana
be.
allow this?
No. You know what would happen to him, Sanaz, in the UFC? He'd get fucking head kicked in 10 seconds. This is very low
The
level.
nub.
This is very low level.
He would definitely get head.
The chances of that
I'd love how it's low level, but that guy will probably knock out Brendan.
paper plane clip being real has more of a shot being successful than this kid
You
making
could
the
literally
UFC.
circle your left
That guy
and
was-
jab his face off.
He was Nick Newell, right? You're talking Nick
Nick
Newell?
Newell, yeah.
He was a badass, too. but
Badass. Yeah, I trained with him.
Dana said no.
Not a chance. No. You get eaten alive.
Okay.
You just can't.
It's a fun story and good for him getting in there, but yeah, I mean,
All right.
one arm, dude.
Here's another one for you. You go down to Florida a lot, Bri, right?
Yeah, big up Scott L. Circles, what's that? Circles to the right. Gets hit with the right. Hold on, is that what happened? Is that what happened? Is that what happened? Hold on, let me go back. Is that what happened? That's hilarious. Circle to the right. Hold on. Is that what happened? Brendan would be a horrible coach. Hold on, let's see what happened. What happened?
How embarrassing is it for the other dude?
Cool.
Just circle to the right, bud.
He told him to circle to the right. He circles to gets hit with a head kick. I didn't even notice that. That's so good. Big up Scott L. That is so good. Circle to the right. He gets hit with a head kick. Because he has one arm, his leg doesn't work then. Is that what he thinks? Because his left arm doesn't... Because he has no left arm, that means his left leg doesn't work. Okay. And it's also not his whole arm. It's like his forearm that he doesn't have. So I don't know why he think. Anyway, whatever.
Just circle to the right, bud.
Boom. Circles to the right.
It rocked him, man. He felt it. Oh!
It's actually a good technique, though, isn't it? If you've got one hand, or if you've got only one arm, then it actually is a good idea to also have pretty decent high kicks, because people will assume if they circle to your right that they can escape, but then you could always hit them because they're circling and probably their guard is down as they're circling with a head kick.
Damn, he hit him with a...
Hold on. We got that one more time. Just circle to the right.
Max! Oh, boy.
How embarrassing is it for the other dude?
Just circle to the right, bud.
Listen to Brendan. Get starched. Listen to Brendan. Get starched. Love it.
It rocked him, man. He felt it. Oh! My man, Max! Man, look at this.
Damn, he hit him with a nub, too.
Yeah.
So my question
There's a legit fighter in Bellator, though, with one arm. Like, tough guy.
Right, so there's one in Bellator.
Yeah. Well,
would
he's
Dana
also-
allow this?
No. You know what would happen to him, Sanaz, in the UFC? He'd get fucking head kicked in 10 seconds. This is very low
The
level.
nub.
This is very low level.
He would definitely get head.
The chances of that paper plane clip being real has more of a shot being successful than this kid
You
making
could
the
literally
UFC.
circle your left and
That guy
just
was-
jab his face off.
He was Nick Newell, right? You're talking about Nick Newell?
Newell, yeah.
He was a badass, too.
Badass. Yeah, I trained with him.
Dana said no.
Not a chance. No. You get eaten.
Hold on. Brendan trained with Nick Newell.
Oh, yeah.
He was a badass, too.
Badass. Yeah, I trained with him.
Dana said
Brendan trained with Nick Newell. Really? Huh?
no.
Not a chance. No. You get eaten alive.
Okay.
You just can't.
It's a fun story and good for him getting in there. But yeah, I mean,
All right.
one arm, dude.
Here's
Doing
another
the
one
damn
for
thing.
you. You go down to Florida a lot, Bri, right? Florida fisherman had a catch of a different kind when he hauled over 55 pounds of cocaine.
What do you do? Do you get any reward if you turn it in? I don't
think so.
There's the real question.
I don't think so.
Worth
right?
$1.7 million.
Yeah, that's 30 years in jail, so you'd have to probably get rid of it.
Not for him, though.
But if you turn it in, aren't you a little worried they're going to be like, hey, is this yours?
No, you could prove it. But my thing is, they don't give you any reward money. Dude, did you hear the person that turned into the CEO shooter at McDonald's? They didn't call Crime Stopper. They just called the police, so they don't get the reward.
What?
Have you heard this?
No.
What?
Fact check that.
Let me see that cocaine. Let me see
my goodness.
$1.7 million of street.
But I'm pretty sure because they didn't call in Crime Stopper, because they called the cops, you got to call Crime Stopper to get the reward.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's a lot of cocaine, man.
55 pounds.
As an added bonus, the sheriff office is offering a unique incentive for the owner to an all expenses paid staycation at Ivy's Iron Bar lot.
Bullshit, dude. Like, bro, I could just sell this myself and make a mill.
Yeah, don't turn it.
I don't know where you're going to turn to, but I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's
the
the
dark
problem.
arts.
Sounds on the booze.
The dark web.
Then you get busted.
Anybody,
Then you're doing
so
fucking
busted.
5 years for bullshit.
So busted.
Is eligible, but getting it takes time.
Oh, so they are going to get the money?
He says it's eligible.
When did that come out?
So what is Brendan talking about then? Call the police, don't call. Like what is he talking about?
4 days ago.
Go to another one. CBS, Jim. What are we doing here? Go to another one.
This kid's gonna write from jail, and he's gonna create a whole cult following.
That's the most recent so far.
Oh, go up.
I mentioned him on stage, and
what's the
girls were like, "He's hot."
Witness payouts explained.
Okay, are they having two different conversations? I mentioned him on stage, and they're like, "He's hot." This is part of the conversation you want to bring to the podcast. This is the topics. Brian the Kid Callen. I went on stage and I mentioned his name and someone said he's hot. Okay.
So go to that. It says should be eligible. That's 5 days ago.
December
Payment-
11th.
So it takes a while to get your money if you go with Crime Stoppers?
Guess so.
You think they'd give it to you right away. So it may not be getting the reward anytime soon. There are two separate rewards for employees should be eligible for. NYPD was offering $10,000. FBI was offering $50,000. Okay, FBI. It's like a Dana White bonus, dude. Both agencies have different policies.
I love how he just reads certain bits in his head and doesn't read them out loud, even though it's a podcast. But then earlier on, he was like, "Oh, for people not listening, paper airplane." Like, aren't you meant to be like going through all your little thoughts in order to make sure the podcast is engaging, so people can feel like, you know, you're not just ignoring them. It's not just weird dead air. Fucking genius.
But that money is staying put.
Employees
for
should
now.
be eligible, but staying put. I wonder how you're eligible for it. See, I heard because they didn't call Crime Stoppers, they don't get it, but...
You heard. We heard wrong then, didn't it? You heard fucking wrong.
I'm sure they just have to go through all the, you know, to make sure
Bullshit.
everything's legit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see some lady was so inspired by him? She was like a mother of 3. Then she threatened another CEO, and now she's looking at 5 years of prison. She's like a mom.
Yeah. Hey, but how about
God
don't
damn
do
it,
that?
bitch! The fuck you doing?
What are you doing?
Anyways, I'm gonna pause it there, my friends. I'm gonna fucking pause it there because I have to bounce, and this is fucking boring me. Actually, you know what? Let's do it 5 more minutes. Let's get through this section, and then I'm gonna pause it here when they get to what's this? Xavier eats raccoons. Yeah, we're gonna stop it at this bit here, and then I'm gonna come back and do another random show later on in the day. Okay?
That's just like, you know.
And a Taz as well.
yeah.
Well, the plan is Taz tomorrow morning, another random show later, and then
He has they have a GoFundMe. Like he has all this money now. Obviously, he can't get to it.
Oh,
but-
dude, in jail, they were like, he's being treated poorly. It's like, does he have a TV in his cell? No, you know.
So here's the method right there. If you want to get it faster.
Where at?
Silent witness in here. Call 480 witness with your tip. That's where you'll receive a PIN number.
Interesting. If you're
I
part
think
of
that guy is, yeah, he'll be like Ted Kaczynski, but he'll be writing. And, you know, the question is,
Oh,
does
you
the
think so?
jail make his, so there's a whole thing, right? He's going to be writing his manifestos from jail.
Cool.
And he will inspire copycats.
Cool. And
the question becomes for the jail,
What?
do you allow people to read what he's writing? Because for the Unabomber, they did not.
Okay.
They didn't.
Yeah, they yeah, you won't be able to
He
get
was
it
a
out.
fan
But
of the Unabombers.
yeah, oh, I know. Yeah, he won't be able to get it out, but he'll. The thing that it'll do is those other CEOs, they took down all the CEOs off the website, so you don't know who it is. But they're just going to increase security, so it's going to be impossible to get to him.
He was trailing this guy, I guess, for a while, wasn't he?
I guess.
Yeah. Strange.
What else you got, Jen?
Fucking hell. Brutal show. Brutal freaking show. But yeah, we did it. We flipping did it. So I'm gonna come back on the other side tomorrow with the Taz and do obviously a random shows or later on in the day. Is there anything on the Tfatk sub that I missed out on? Oh, actually, let's play this one. What's this one? Sweet Chin Raccoon, and what's that? There's another one too I'm missing, it right? Let's maybe just play this to end. Actually, where is it? There's a couple here on the new that I haven't posted yet, or that I haven't spoken about yet. What is this? There's 2 of them, right? I'm a positive person. Where's that one? Yeah, let's do this one. Let's do this 2. Let's do this and then positive person. Then we're gonna bounce. So let's do Sweet Chin redaction. Sweet Chin redaction. Big up to person. Who's this? Icarus Lives. Sweet Chin redaction. Let's post this. See what happens here.
I could hardly believe it.
Oh Jesus Christ! This chin tune, man. What's this? Some horrible chin tune. No, let me get the chat back where it should be. Oh yeah. What is this horrible chin edit?
When I heard the news today, I had to come and get it straight from you.
The gunshots. That was gunshots. Yeah.
Said you were leaving, someone swept your heart away from the look upon your face. I see it's true. Tell me all about it. Tell me about the plans you're making.
Honestly, there's so many people are too much, man. This is too much.
Oh, tell me one more thing before I go. Tell me how I'm supposed to live.
I have no idea to this day what those two Italian ladies were singing about. Truth is, I don't want to know. Some things are best left unsaid. I like to think they were singing about something so beautiful it can't be expressed in words and makes your heart ache because of it.
This is so good.
I tell you, those voices soared higher and farther than anybody in a great place dares to dream.
So good. So fucking good. Big up the person that made that. That was absolutely fantastic. I fucking adore that. Thank you for that one. Let's do another thing as well. What's that one I want to show you? What's the one I wanted to show you? Something about, what is it? Sweet redaction. Oh yeah, I'm a positive person. That's it. Positive person. Let's watch this one. I'm a positive person.
A time where I'm not steering the ship, and it's not good. Fast forward now, I control it. My social media, your boy's back. I've been back about a year now. I run everything. Everything you see now is my decision. Notice how much better it is, how much more positive I am. I'm a positive person.
Oh, really, dude?
What's that one? Oh, buddy, I probably got 20 pounds on you, so not so far off. I'll snap your neck. Serpent grappling. It's so violent. I forgot how violent and aggressive this shit was. Brendan Schaub, the big old pussy Schaub. Brendan, oh, buddy, I probably got 20 labs on you, so not so far off. I'll snap your neck. Set up a grappling match and let me know how it goes for you. Have one of your handlers read this tweet and get back to me. To be fair, that line he said about have one of your handlers read this tweet and get back to me is funny, but it's not funny coming from him because he's also a redact. You can't take the piss out of somebody's lack of reading comprehension and just general, whatever struggles in speaking the English language when it sounds like English is your second language. It doesn't hit the same, but it's still a funny line. So let's give him props on that one. Have your handlers read this tweet for you. It's funny. This means you're crushing it, my man. These dudes don't have the ability to do conversational ideas, have podcasts, people that watch. Fuck off. Imagine him. By the way, I like how they haven't brought up Tim Kennedy on the podcast, though. He defended Tim Kennedy in the comments, but he hasn't brought him up on the podcast because I think what happened, he jumped the gun. I think Brendan jumped the gun and commented on the Tim Kennedy thing before the evidence came out. Or before more of it came out. That's why he's now being coy. Because he hasn't said much about Tim Kennedy since, has he?
It drives me nuts.
Scary.
Your boy's back.
I'm a positive person. Oh, no one that's positive actually says that, No one that's actually really positive ever says I'm a positive person. Nobody. But hey, I could be mistaken. Anyway, we'll do the rest of it when I come back for another episode of the Frightened Kids. For another episode of the fucking random show, I'll do another one, so we'll be able to do some of that. Okay. What's this? Nothing. What? Oh no, I'm good. I'm good on that one. Some catnick from BC.
And it gets lost a little bit because people can only, it seems these days, appreciate, did you win a title and how many times did you defend it?
How many chicks you fuck? It's the same thing. No, it really is. It's the same mentality.
Nah, one more time. That's so good.
And it gets lost a little bit because people can only, it seems these days, appreciate, did you win a title and how many times did you defend it?
How many chicks you fuck? It's the same thing. No, it really is. It's the same mentality.
Oh, brilliant. Anyway, I'm a bounce now. People, appreciate you. Thank you for joining in. Banging episode as per usual. Love and like to everybody. Make sure you join the stream down below. Join. Subscribe, join. The link button is down below. I think tomorrow's episode will probably be behind the paywall, so that'll be the one that I'll put behind the paywall. So if you want to see it after the fact, make sure you join. That'd be greatly appreciated. I do appreciate everyone supporting the channel. It's been an absolute godsend, so thank you for supporting it. Please continue to support it. Send it to your friends who you think you might like it, all that good stuff in between. There's a link to the Discord as well. You can join a good little community on the Discord, so join the Discord as well down below. The Discord link in the description. Join the Discord crew down below. And yeah, man, hang in there with the kid, hang in there with me, and just, you know, let's have some fun, man. Let's have some good times and shit, hang out with each other and all that malarkey. I do flipping appreciate it. Yeah, big up Daniel Clements, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Big up Joe MIA as well. I see you. Scott L, I see you. Who else I see you? Wesley Harris, the Maz 197, King Bayu as well. I see you. And everybody else is involved too. And big up people as well saying that, you know, getting through the podcast is torture, but they respect the clippers. Exactly. That's what I said. Getting through these podcasts has given me an immense level of respect for people on the Tfatk subreddit who get the clips, who clip the things that people like myself use and stuff to react to, because these people are sitting there listening to this pod, paying attention to stuff that they say, referencing other clips, and it's like they are consuming the pod. So you have to respect these guys, man. You have to respect these guys and girls out here who are doing the Lord's work and actually clipping all this shit, because Jesus Christ, I tell you what, mate, watching this stuff, even with you guys, watching it together is difficult. Even with you guys, watching it together is fucking difficult. We're making jokes, we're ha-ha-hee-hing, but it's fucking difficult because you're just like, this is terrible. You don't want to watch it. You don't want to be here. So appreciate you, and thank you for joining. I see I've got super chat here. Let me just quickly wait until this comes up in a notification. Big up Mr. O, appreciate you, and I'm gonna bounce. So big up everybody, so yeah, for joining. Really do appreciate. Yeah, big up Izanella, appreciate you, thank you for that. I always get criticized for my head covers, but I'm gonna buy buying more actually. I probably need to buy some plain black ones actually as well. I always got patterned ones, so I probably need to buy some more to keep this hair on the wraps and shit, so it's not all wild on the stream. And it's basically like, I wear them kind of like a bonnet, you know? Instead of wearing a do-rag or bonnet, I wear these head wrap things instead to keep the hair nice, a bit organized during the stream, so it's not all wild and whatever. Anyways, exactly. Big up, yeah, big up King Bear as well. Exactly, we over there's more. Exactly, if it wasn't on here, I wouldn't have never watched that horrible podcast. Exactly, yeah. Big up Two Swords, big up Old Man Tibber as well, and everybody else that joined in. Appreciate it. What's going on with this fucking stream? What? Why is it not showing? Why is this notification not showing? Apologies, Mr. O. Let's let it wait, but it should show up in a minute. I don't know why it's taking so long. It's not showing up on my end. Very bizarre. What's just happening here? Did I press something? Is that why? Maybe I pressed something. What's going on here? Recent events. Okay. No, it's not. For some reason, it's not working. AZ staying a hijab is hilarious. Yeah, calling this a hijab is fucking hilarious though. Very rude. Very insulting, very disrespectful, but super funny. Hijab. But big up Mr. O. I appreciate you, Mr. O, for the super chat regardless if it doesn't come through. I appreciate you, but it should come through. Let me let you wait for the notification gang to hit. Come on, notification gang. Come on, notification gang. Well, go on. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Yo, big up Honky Tonk Tennessee. I see you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, big up Abe Martinez. Exactly, we're here, man. We're here, Abe Martinez. We're here, we're out here. Do you know what I mean? More hours in the day now to stream, you feel me? More hours in the day now to stream, so we're out here. Is it still gonna, did it ever come? What's going on? I don't hear it. Nothing. Or maybe I have to play it. Maybe I have to play it. Let's see if I play it. What happens if I play it? Oh, there you go. Is that it? No, that's not it. That's the wrong
Chael
one.
Sonnen with 3x the amount of pro fights as Bappa and none
Oopsie.
of the CTE.
Oopsie. I don't think it came through. Okay, cool. Well, Mr. O, unfortunately, your thing isn't coming through. I'm not too sure why. Unfortunately, I don't know why it didn't come through on my thing. Apologies, Mr. O, but thank you anyway for your super chat. Don't peak too early. It drives me nuts. Brother, I always peak early. That's part of my charm. That's part of my appeal, is peaking early. It's part of the dance that I do. So I'm going to be peaking early again in January. I've just got to space it out, you know? I'll peak early, but I'll space it out. So big up the peak earliers. Big up Mr. O for the super chat. Appreciate you. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. All right? Take care for now, people. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. Peace.